So dear development, climate, energy and industrial policymakers, dear expert community, ladies and gentlemen, Austria is one of the initiators and key sponsor of the Vienna Energy Forum, a multi-stakeholder and high-profile platform that has been driving and providing input into the sustainable energy agenda over the past years. Therefore, I have the pleasure of welcoming you to the launch of the virtual series of the industry sector. It will lead us up to the Vienna Energy Forum, scheduled for 6 and 7 July in 2021. The seventh such event in a successful series since 2009. Under normal circumstances, the Vienna Energy Forum takes place every other year at the Hofburg in Vienna. Due to the COVID crisis, we had to postpone it, and the forum will not take place this year, but next year, as I mentioned. Nevertheless, it is really essential to maintain dialogue and to link expert opinion even in times when physical meetings are not possible. Against the overarching theme of accelerating energy transition, UNIDO has prepared this virtual platform of discussion to prepare input to the global climate, energy and development debate. This year, 21, we will see two important, and I mentioned just two high-level events, the high-level dialogue on energy, the COP26, the climate conference that will take place in Glasgow. From our side, we want to make sure that the Vienna Energy Forum provides relevant input already through its preparatory process to through the virtual series. Austria is proud to be the host of a number of important international organizations in the energy field. It contributes to our role as so-called energy hub. We are aware that sustainable energy is a driver for development and a decisive basis for numerous SDGs, not just SDG 7. Renewable energy will help us to address the nexus climate energy industry in a safe, clean and sustainable manner. And as Director General for Development Cooperation, I'm proud that the Austrian programs in this field have a very strong focus on climate change, environment and renewable energy. By sponsoring UNIDO in its programs establishing a global network of regional sustainable energy centers, we hope to make a tangible contribution to accelerating the energy and climate transformation. With these words, I wish you a successful start and productive conduct of the industrial track of the virtual series that will lead us up to the Vienna Energy Forum 2021 and beyond. Thank you very much.
Your Excellency, Mrs. Schweitzer, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very pleased to join you today at the launch of the industry track of the Vienna Energy Forum virtual series. UNIDO has been a proud partner of the Vienna Energy Forum since its inception in 2009 with the support of the Austrian government and the International Institute for Applied Sciences, IASA. Industry is a key driver of inclusive socioeconomic development and plays a critical role in driving clean energy, both as a provider of technologies and solutions and as a major consumer of over 1/3 of the global energy demand, contributing to 1/3 of global emissions. We also need to recognize the need for integrated industrial policies that address the nexus between energy, climate, and industrial growth in order to enhance long-term resilience and competitiveness. Low-carbon industrial growth has to be at the core of country strategies seeking to develop local industries and gain competitiveness in the global market. Decarbonization of industry offers approaches to substantially reduce the climate footprint of those enterprises and sectors with particularly high emissions of greenhouse gases. Issues brought within the current global context of COVID-19, such as falling oil prices, shifting expectations on global supply chains, but also increased momentum for circular economy approaches and for climate action, all of these present risks as well as opportunities for the industrial sector. Shifting from fossil fuel-based energy supply for industry to one based on sustainable energy is possible, with the right mix of policy, financing, and technology development and transfer, we can make progress in advancing common goals. An industrial sector predominantly supplied by sustainable energy and using energy efficiently has the potential to contribute to climate commitments, to remain competitive, to build resilience to the volatility of fuel prices, and to create jobs. There are still ample gaps and opportunities to make progress on setting countries on a low-carbon industrialization pathway. Energy efficiency improvements, electrification of heat using renewables, and challenges of finding suitable fuels to cater for the needs of heavy industries are all areas where we need to collectively work together to co-create new solutions and to drive progress. Decarbonization of industries with a high greenhouse gas emission profile is, as an approach for developing countries, still in its infancy and need to be advanced further to create substantial climate impact while protecting the industry's competitiveness. This is where we designed this virtual series to examine the role of sustainable energy and innovation in driving industrial development. There is a need to drive action on the ground and to augment efforts to achieve the 2030 agenda. I'm certain that the outcomes of these series will be a concrete and valuable contribution towards an actionable agenda, and I'm looking forward to convene in person at the VEF next year in July to advance these actions together. I wish to thank in particular the Austrian Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Austrian Development Agency for their continued trust in UNIDO as the organizer of the forum, and thank you all for joining our discussions. I wish you all great deliberations and look forward to bring the outcomes together into actions. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Stefan, and also Ambassador Schweitzer for these welcoming remarks on behalf of the Austrian Ministry of Foreign Affairs and also of UNIDO. My name is Rana Gonem. I'm the Chief of the Energy Systems and Infrastructure Division at UNIDO, and I'll be walking you through the expected outcomes from the virtual series, the industry track, and also what we'll be up to today in this session. So first of all, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everyone. We have people joining from different parts of the world, from San Francisco, where it's 5 in the morning, to India, where it's really getting late at the moment. So thank you all for taking the time to join us at this session. The VEF Virtual Series is a new platform that we are launching this year under the umbrella of the Vienna Energy Forum. The series will look at issues related to driving demand in end-use sectors, such as industry. And our objective from the series is really to work on collecting the needs and the critical issues that are preventing progress on the ground, and to work together on identifying key areas and solutions that will help us in advancing action, particularly targeted on high-impact countries, which can really make a change. Therefore, we've prepared the discussion paper that was circulated to you all and is also available on the VEF website for those of you that don't have it. The paper describes the main issues and topics of the discussion for today, but also for the next 7 sessions coming from November until May. It also includes a methodology and criteria for which we are basing the identification of key countries where we would like to focus our efforts and also where progress needs to happen. The discussion of the virtual series will help us in shaping a global program that supports high priority actions in driving sustainable energy and industrialization on the ground. And that will be launched at the main session of the Vienna Energy Forum on 5 and 6 July 2021. The discussions will also feed into a set of policy briefs that will be disseminated at global events in 2021, such as the High-Level Political Forum. We've therefore reached out to more than 100 leading private and public institutions that are working in these fields, as well as countries of relevance also to our topic. And many of you are really gathered with us today. And ideally, we'd like to have you all in throughout our discussions, sometimes featuring as speakers, but sometimes also participating and bringing your perspectives through the chat, because we really would like to make sure that whatever we are doing here, we're bringing quite a diverse opinion and topics. I will take time to just describe to you the process that we are going to follow today. So you see also on the screen Mr. Anthony Dane. Anthony is from Change Pathways, a company that has been working with UNIDO on developing the discussion papers. So we will start off with a presentation from him of that discussion paper. After that, we will move into 4 breakout sessions that offer different perspectives on our topic today. And for those of you who have attended in previous years the Vienna Energy Forum, so what we tried to mirror here within this virtual platform is actually the different rooms that we usually have in the Hofburg at the Imperial Palace here in Vienna. So the ceremonial saal will convene a discussion under the heading of Global Perspectives. Today, you will find speakers there from IRENA, the Clean Energy Ministerial, REN21, the Global Women's Network for the Energy Transition, the Energy and Resource Institute, the International Energy Forum, and also the Global Green Growth Institute. The Metternich-Saal convenes a discussion under the theme Country Voices. There we will feature speakers from Austria, Brazil, India, Morocco, South Africa, and Zambia. Then the third group will convene in the Roduten-Saal, and it will cover a topic that is called Enablers for Progress, where we will have speakers from the UN Economic Commission for West Asia, the Copenhagen Center for Energy Efficiency, the World Resources Institute, the World Bank, and Oxford Energy. And finally, the fourth group will convene at the Ritter-Saal, where we will look at issues related to evidence and data that will help us in making and tracking progress on the ground. And this will feature representatives from the International Energy Agency, Sustainable Energy for All, the Austrian Institute of Technology, and the Tanzania Center for Industrial Development and Research. We are particularly proud today that the session is actually featuring 14 women experts among our 30 experts, and that we also have a youth representative. That will make our discussion truly inclusive. Just a note for all our speakers. So after this scene-setting presentation by Anthony, you can go to the breakout rooms where you've been assigned. The audience, you can interact via the chat. Please do share with us your perspectives. We are following as well everything that you'll be posting in the chat. And just to say that after then the discussions, we will return here to the plenary where the moderators of each group will actually report on the outcomes of the discussions. It's time now to turn to our scene-setting presentation. Please double-click, just a tip from having done this before, please double-click on the window where you see the presentation. You will zoom in and have a better view. And also remember to refresh if you face any difficulties with the connection. That usually really helps. Anthony, with that, I say the floor is yours. So we're ready for you to kick us off. Thank you.
Apologies, I shared the presentation and then I couldn't unmute. Thanks very much, Rana. Can everyone see the presentation?
Yes, we do. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Before I start, I just wanted to reiterate that this presentation is based on the discussion paper that Rana has mentioned, which contains a lot more detail and is available on the website. So to start, I wanted to frame the overall opportunity And we see the integration of sustainable energy and industry as an opportunity to contribute to tackling the current crises and delivering on development goals. So it's the integration of renewable energy and energy efficiency in industry, and of industry in the renewable energy and energy efficiency value chains, that can contribute to climate ambition, particularly net zero carbon emissions, as well as climate resilience, economic competitiveness, particularly of developing countries, and inclusive development with an emphasis on gender and youth. So where are we now? The industrial sector is a significant sector within the context of what we're exploring. It consumes more than 50% of end-use energy and contributes more than 30% of greenhouse gas emissions. What we've seen over the years is that the industrial energy consumption has grown by just under 1% year on year over the decades. Renewable energy consumption has increased, including in industrial heat applications. But in spite of this, we've still not seen a significant decrease in greenhouse gas emissions. And this is largely due to the continued reliance on fossil fuels. And there's abundant evidence to suggest that much more is possible with respect to the integration of sustainable energy in industry. But of course, there are barriers. And again, we've detailed these in far more, there's far more detail in the discussion paper, but we've picked out a few examples to speak to today as part of this, providing some sense of the scene. And the first is the continued reliance on fossil fuels. And importantly, the extent of this, or the extent to which the industry relies on fossil fuels is really the challenge, and demonstrates, how difficult it is to shift away from those entrenched systems. And while renewable energy for electrification is increasingly just good business, we are still finding that renewable energy's inability to produce high temperature heat is a challenge. The lack of carbon pricing, in particular, limits the potential to recover the costs associated with low carbon investments. And in many instances, the business case is just not there until we start to see carbon pricing, emissions trading, border tax adjustments, etc. And importantly, there are weak policy environments which just frustrate the progress that could be made. There are importantly current processes that have started to varying degrees to build in sustainable energy industry integration into strategies, policies, and commitments. And while it's important firstly to leverage these, it's also critical that we look to enhance these and deliver more of the intended outcomes that this can bring. So if we consider first on the COVID side, clearly industry has been impacted by COVID, but it's a common view that industrial growth can play a pivotal role in the acceleration of socioeconomic recovery. And many countries already include an industry focus in their COVID recovery strategies, or they've got existing industrialization policies that can, as I said, be leveraged, but more importantly, enhanced further. From a climate change perspective, industry-related measures are included again in many of the NDCs, nationally determined contributions. And in a way, these are a good proxy to identify potential investment and support opportunities. They're also a platform to recognize and enhance the country responses. And I think here in particular, the current processes of updating the NDCs, as well as the planned process of updating and developing new NDCs again in 2025, really emphasizes that the time to act is now. But beyond these cross-cutting processes, a number of themes and enablers have emerged as key opportunity areas in contributing to these central outcomes: climate ambition, economic competitiveness, and inclusive development. So if we start on the right, COVID responses have, we've seen, sped up digitalization and innovation in many instances. And we've also seen that a lot of organizations and countries that have already shifted have shown greater resilience. So clearly upscaling digitalization can contribute significantly to delivering on these central objectives. SMEs play a critical role within industry and often with very outdated technology. They've also in many instances been the hardest hits by COVID and this pandemic. But at the same time, we've seen others that have shown agility and innovation, and they've been able to capitalize on the opportunities presented. So again, SMEs are clearly important within a post-COVID recovery, and particularly one which is driven, at least in part, by the energy or sustainable energy industry integration. Then third, equity, gender, and youth are very much underrepresented. And some suggest that the current crises provide an opportunity, firstly, to rectify the situation, but more importantly, to take advantage or leverage that are available. If we consider then the emphasis on industry decarbonization, post-COVID developing country industries in particular face two critical challenges or threats. The first is trade protectionism, and the second is the decreasing demand for carbon-intensive industrial products. But these changing markets also represent opportunities, and countries can position themselves, on the one hand, to manage the costs, but importantly, to try and take advantage of the benefits associated, for example, with increasing demand for new or existing low-carbon products. When considering renewable energy and energy efficiency, the business case is clear and certainly improving, particularly with the evolving renewable energy technologies that can be applied in the industrial applications. And interestingly, looking at green COVID's and stimulus packages and recovery plans, if those come into effect, then that just increases the opportunity even further. And then finally, the quality of low carbon infrastructure is found to be a prerequisite, but it's also often a bottleneck. And so the investment in physical, digital, and socioeconomic infrastructure is seen as being critical to unlocking the significant potential that we're identifying. So it's these opportunity areas that have informed the focus areas of the virtual series. And what I'd like to do is place this work, building on Rana's introduction, to place this work within what we've called a process impact pathway. And the aim of that is to demonstrate how the various activities, including this session, fit together and how they aim to contribute to a set of intended outcomes. So I'm going to start with the intended outcomes over here. And the intention is to drive an increase in renewable energy, increase in energy efficiency, decrease in greenhouse gas emissions, an increase in industrial growth, and delivery of the associated co-benefits, both within industry and through industry as an enabler. So the initial work that we've done is to develop a discussion paper. And this included, as Rana indicated, an attempt to focus on high potential countries, as well as key intervention pathways that will most likely deliver the intended outcomes, the actions that Stefan was highlighting initially. So we developed a country typology, again, which Rana alluded to. And the intention there is not to exclude countries, but rather to help us in the process of focusing on the areas of the greatest potential impact. So we've considered a variety of criteria. They're expanded on in the discussion paper, looking at, for example, potential evidenced by industrial focus within NDCs, within COVID recovery plans, industrialization policies themselves, the extent to which there's an enabling environment to support investment in renewable energy and energy efficiency in industry, mitigation potential, etc. And out of that process, we also identified the opportunities that I've outlined already, and we use those as the way in which we would focus the virtual series discussions. So these are again represented here, but in more detail in the discussion paper. And importantly, each of these areas has a number of different dimensions within them, and that's important in the thinking around what we're doing to try and ensure that whatever intervention pathways ultimately emerge, that they contexts and capabilities. So the objective then is that out of this process emerges a series of co-developed recommendations, which are intended to be refined during the VEF and other processes contribute to developing policy briefs, and ultimately result in the galvanization of action, possibly through a global program. So finally, with that context and hopefully an understanding of the broader process, we're going to split into the breakout rooms that Rana highlighted with the objective of facilitating discussion. We've assembled a range of experts with diverse backgrounds, and they'll provide inputs, and the moderator will facilitate the discussion around the key questions that you can see on the slide. We then invite participants into the room where you feel you would add the most value or could potentially learn the most. And again, just to reiterate those who may not have heard Rana's introduction, for the participants, your inputs can be brought in through the chat function. And in particular, we're interested in understanding whether you've got suggestions around areas of focus, but also examples of success stories.
Thank you very much. I'm Irene Giener-Reichel. I'm the president of the Global Women's Network of the Energy Transition, among other things. And in this capacity, I am very happy to chair this breakout session. We have 6 very interesting speakers, and we have very little time. We have about 45 minutes. We have been instructed as moderators not to do biographical introductions. This is not out of disrespect, but because your very distinguished CVs are all uploaded and all the participants can see it. So I would like to get us started immediately, and I would actually like to propose to you that we go in 2 rounds. That in the first round you try to make your general point with regard to the questions that we have been assigned in a special way to address in this session. And then in the second round, when you have heard also the statements of the other participants, perhaps you wish to add, to highlight something, and also perhaps to make a recommendation that we can then carry forward into the plenary, because I'm asked, as all the moderators are, to come back to the plenary with very short takeaways that can stimulate all of us in the process that will move forward until the Vienna Energy Forum next year in July. With that in mind, Rana, might I turn to you from your perspective of at the head of the REN 21 Secretariat? You have a clear view on industry and renewable energy and the potential and the challenges. Could you kick us off? And could I ask you to please stay to 2 minutes, 2-3 minutes maximum, speaker. Rana.
Thanks a lot, Irene. Hello, everybody. Very happy to be here. Yes, from REN side, to be honest, we don't have a particular focus on what renewable energy means in industry. What we see, however, is, and I think this is something which is really important and we need to address collectively today, is that we need to understand energy and industry in a broader way. So historically, when we're coming from the renewable side, we think about industry very much in the energy industry and coming from the demand side. Today, the reality is that much is happening actually we come from the supply side. Much is, however, happening from the demand side. And we see this in the power sector, where, for instance, under RE 100, there is a numerous amount of company that is procuring renewable power, and it represents more than 1.5% of the overall electricity demand worldwide. So this really shows that there is a leverage in really looking at the industrial players in a broader way. The other part is, and that's something we clearly see from REN 21, we need to broaden the discussion and not only focus on the power sector, but also on the different end users. Energy is not power only. And there is a clear need to address energy in the building sector, in industry, and in transport, which represent 80% of the energy demand. And by building and working not only with transport players, for instance, but also with the distribution and retail services, etc., we see that there's a major opportunity to create jobs and move the transition ahead. And I'm finishing here. I hope this was 2.5 minutes.
Wonderful, Rana. Thank you very much. You're setting a great example. Might I ask Dan Dorner of the SEM Clean Energy Ministerial Secretariat, head of the Clean Energy Ministerial Secretariat, to take it from here?
Absolutely. It's a pleasure. Thank you, Chair. Lovely to see you all. And firstly, completely agree with the points that Rana just made. They were very, very good. I just compliment them with a couple, if I may, from the perspective of the Clean Energy Ministerial. I suppose the first thing is actually we need to stop looking at industrial decarbonisation as being the kind of intimidating final frontier of the clean energy transition, and instead just start looking at it as more simply the next frontier. Also, I would say stop looking at it as one big homogenous thing. As we know, it's a very heterogeneous sector, and we need to look at it in that way and tailor appropriately. Linked to that, I'd also say that, you know, in many ways, there are a lot of well-proven strategies, such as improving efficiency, electrification, fuel switching, digitalization, which can get us a lot of the way there, and across most, if not all, industrial sectors as well. I'd also couple those kind of well-proven strategies with also the fact we now have much greater confidence that a number of other options, such as clean hydrogen, CCUS, and other new technologies, really are going to come to fruition and really are coming down the track. In CCUS, very much, you know, move in attitude beyond the power sector to looking at industrial hubs, for example, I think is a very good thing as well. So we know that the technical solutions are either there or they're coming, and therefore kind of putting finance, affordability, market creation, large-scale deployment into much sharper focus as the areas we need to kind of put our attention to. The next thing I'd just say is really the importance and the urgency of this decade, not just because of COVID recovery and wanting to achieve a clean recovery, but also because just by any metric, the decarbonisation of industry is not on track. And so we really need to take these drivers together and see this decade as being absolutely critical. I'd just say that in terms of SEM's own work, in terms of our energy management working group, the excellent work done with our partners at UNIDO, one of the points that really came out when we celebrated the successes recently at SEM 11 really came out that there is kind of no one strategy in this space. Long-term pathway and long-term goal really helps guide investments across the broad industrial sector, but you really need a combination of regulation, incentives, financing, market creation activities, including potentially government procurement, information and awareness campaigns, certification, training and qualification. The list goes on, and we can get into them in more detail. So I think just really kind of thinking about how they fit across different spaces. Very, very lastly from me, I'm very pleased to say that actually also came out of our recent ministerial meeting is there's quite a strong demand in our community to initiate a new industrial decarbonisation STEM initiative at our next ministerial meeting next year. In particular, we had strong interest in leading that work from countries including Sweden, India, the UK and Canada. And I think we're actually just at this moment looking to consult with the global clean energy community on how to define that initiative, how to define the goals of that initiative, and how to bring together a strong action coalition. And so this is a really timely opportunity for these discussions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dan. Might I just move on to you, Dolf, please, Dolf Gielen, representing IRENA here in our panel. What is your take on the overall challenge? And feel free as we progress also to pick up on points that previous speakers made, reinforcing them or whatever you feel.
Yes, thank you very much. First of all, this is a very timely discussion. We see that the notion of having to move to zero carbon by 2050 or 2060 is now really pervading all sectors, including industry and transport. We have been looking at at these sectors as well. We released our Reaching Zero with Renewables report for industry and transport in September, and we concluded that more than half of the opportunity lies with renewable solutions. So that is a new insight. I'll come to why that is. We had our Innovation Week last week. We had 2,000 participants discussing how to decarbonize industry sectors. And there was a strong interest, not only from academia, but also from the industry sector itself to find these new solutions. So because the cost of renewable electricity have come down so much, we're not only talking direct use of renewables using, for example, bioenergy, but also very much electrification with renewables and the use of, especially of green hydrogen and commodities produced with green hydrogen. So that is really emerging as a new solution. What we stress there is that it's critical to have a smart sector coupling. So to make sure that you develop this renewable electricity use in a way that it helps with the flexibility that we will need in the power sector as it moves to renewables. If you ask, well, why should you do this? If you look at the stars at the stock market today, it's not the oil and gas companies. It's the Teslas, it's the hydrogen companies, it's part of the utilities that have taken on this transition as the core of their activity. So it's clear that who is proactive and who plays along in the energy transition long-term benefits most from this. And I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doc. Thank you also for being so respectful of the time as all the others have been. Might I move on, staying basically in the region of the Gulf area? To you, Mr. McMonigle, Secretary General of the International Energy Forum. Your organization has also recently put out a paper on the potential of the post-corona recovery. Can you perhaps give us some of the highlights of what you think should be done and can be done?
Well, thank you very much. Thanks for inviting me to participate in this panel with my colleagues here. I agree with the sentiments that made earlier. I look forward to participating in the Vienna Energy Forum next year. As many of you know, I'm pretty new on this job. I started on July 1st, and I've now finished my second month living in Riyadh, which is my new home where the Secretariat is headquartered. The IEF hosts the Global Producer-Consumer Dialogue on energy security, energy markets, transparency, and clean technologies for orderly energy transitions to achieve UN Sustainable Development Goals and climate goals. The IEF mission is also closely linked to the G20, and as the COVID-19 pandemic shows, the dialogue and cooperation agendas of both the IEF and the G20 platforms rely on each other to reduce risks and enable a swift and sustainable global economic recovery. The virtual G20 energy ministers meeting that was held late last month and under the presidency of Saudi Arabia endorsed the circular carbon economy platform and its 4 R's framework: reduce, reuse, recycle, and remove, as a means to strengthen government policies to accelerate the integration of sustainable energy and industry and ensure transformative development outcomes. The advent of COVID-19 and the associated fallout and demand has put greater pressure on industry to seek sustainable solutions, as some of the previous speakers have mentioned. The energy sector is by far the largest source of greenhouse gas emissions. While global energy demand scenarios find that hydrocarbon consumption will remain robust over the next decades, Industry can take 3 steps to ensure more sustainable and productive outcome. First, integrate UN Sustainable Development Goals into company strategies. Second, advance clean energy technologies through research and development and new business models. And finally, accelerate progress through dialogue and cooperation on the circular carbon economy and IEF platforms. Consumer and producer countries are already reshaping the energy industry nexus by laying the foundations for the circular carbon economy. In addition to net zero strategies that recently announced by the European oil and gas companies, several of them over the recent weeks, Saudi Aramco has integrated sustainable strategies and various clean technologies to mitigate the impacts of climate change and increase efficiencies. In a very important first mover and potentially game-changing development, Saudi Aramco and the Institute of Energy Economics in Japan collaborated with SABIC to send the first shipment of blue ammonia created from blue hydrogen from Saudi Arabia to Japan to be used for generating zero carbon power. We need to encourage more companies to take additional activities such as the shipment of blue ammonia. The IEF will do our part and aim to accelerate orderly energy transitions by advancing inclusive dialogue on policy and technology solutions envisioned by net zero emission strategies from Europe to China. Stimulus measures to overcome the COVID-19 crisis should reinforce investment in various carbon management options to achieve energy access and emission reduction goals faster.
Extremely sorry, Joseph. You're way over your time.
I'm just about to finish. Irene, I'm just about to finish, if you give me a moment. Thank you. We applaud governments and encourage government ambitions to deploy hydrogen in hard to decarbonize sectors that will reduce hurdles to investment in carbon capture use and storage as well. And since the IAEA is headquartered in Vienna, we think an inclusive approach also includes nuclear energy, especially on this discussion of the energy industry nexus to meet these net zero goals. Coupling industry processes across sectors and national borders will help to build the scale that change requires. So I'll end there, and sorry for going overboard, but I look forward to hearing from the other speakers.
Thank you very much, Joseph. Might I now turn to our representative from Terry, Ajay? Your country is one that is very much at the forefront of all these discussions on energy and sustainability, and you also have a very strict policy framework, national policy framework for energy efficiency in industry, if I understand correctly. Please let us hear from your perspective.
Thank you, Irene. And as you suggested, I will take 2 hours. Is that okay? No, 2 minutes. Well, thank you so much. And as we move towards the use of decarbonized fuels in industry, I think it is useful, as we did in India, to look at what are the various stages at which we see various technologies and various interventions. We see this as a 4-step intervention. The first is those where the technologies, in a sense, don't exist. And the example would be making steel from hydrogen instead of using coke in blast furnaces. It's something which doesn't exist. It's something that companies are just working on as we speak. And therefore, we need to have pilots. We need to have financial maturity. We need to have the entire pickup, the dissemination and deployment after that. The second category is cases where we do have technologies, but we need to build them up to scale. We need to build up financial maturity. And where would this occur? I would suggest that electrification of places where electrification can be done is, for example, obviously transport, but also a lot of heating. In many, many cases, electric heating is economically superior to fossil fuel heating. I think we need to start showing that this works. The third is, if you're using electricity, it would better be clean energy. And therefore, decarbonization of electricity to move towards renewables. And in many, many countries, in the Gulf region, in India, we are seeing prices of renewable energy which are actually less than the price of electricity from fossil fuels. Consequently, this is again something in which we are seeing an increasing amount of penetration occurring. And the last, Irene, is energy efficiency itself. You talked of the program in India, the Perform, Achieve and Trade program, which you're very proud of, which looks at industry and gives them a target for reduction in their specific energy consumption. 2 cycles have been completed. We have seen the most energy intensive industries do better. They see productivity. They see profitability as a result of these interventions. I would suggest that depending on which part of the industry we are in, we and our national circumstances, whether you have a lot of industry or whether you have you're importing products, we need to focus on the kinds of intervention which would help us to move towards a decarbonized future. I'll end my 2 hours here, Irene. The rest is all yours.
You're very generous with your time, Ajay. Thank you so much. And I'm sure we will have more opportunities to go much deeper into those interesting subjects. Susanne Pedersen from the Global Green Growth Institute. You are the last one, but not the least one in this first round.
Well, thank you, Irene, and thank you so much for the interventions from the previous speakers. I think GGGI works on behalf of emerging economies and developing countries in 40 countries across the world. And it's very important that you see industrialization as an important means of developing the economies and raising the standards of living. However, this is the background, and our governments and partners, of course, see this as an engine for economic growth, but they are increasingly looking, of course, at the sustainability of it. The dilemma is that continued economic growth is likely to increase energy demand. And these circumstances, of course, play in. On the one hand, there's a risk of, a huge increase in energy demand. And if it's not sustainable, then it's going to, of course, be counterproductive to meeting the targets of the Paris Agreement. So I think it's also about creating good win-wins. And for instance, we work in Cambodia in the garment manufacturing industry to improve energy efficiency and harness clean energy in this sector. And we have at least modeled so far that 20% increase in energy efficiency in the garment sector in Cambodia would lead to an increase of more than 30% in energy productivity by 2030. And that would also avoid $2 billion of energy costs. So increasing energy efficiency is certainly one of the most commercially viable and promising measures to address climate change, and investments pay for themselves in many cases. So all the time it's about creating a win-win. And as the previous speaker, Anthony Dane, said, it's also about trade barriers, supply chain management. In the garment sectors, you have many international brands that are concerned about their supply chain. And, if we don't, let's say, work with those sectors exporting their goods to have, let's say, good and clean production, then there won't be any market for them. I think I'll end there, and thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I think we had a very rich first round. Some of the elements that I picked up, obviously I cannot summarize it all and do justice to every intervention, but this idea that we cannot just think of, in terms of supply, but also need to stop demand, that we We need to work with all the stakeholders. There's a lot of incentive from the industry or interest from the industry itself, and that financing, the finance sector pushes in the right direction currently. That there's not one strategy that fits all. That there's a stepwise approach needed, and that we should not be thinking of decarbonizing industry as the one big challenge, but take it progressively. Those are some of my takeaways. I would like to ask you to ask the floor if you want to comment, to add something, so that we have the second round in a more spontaneous fashion. I would like to, yes, Rana.
I think, Irina, you're capturing basically the reality and where we are today quite well in the summary. And I think it's showing that we need to move out of a certain silo and one perspective. And I think this is leading us to the fact that we do need to look into different policy, regulatory, planning frameworks, but also bring other players to the energy discussion and bring energy to other sectoral discussions. And I think this is to some extent probably one of the biggest challenges we'll have, because it's not about the technological innovation, but it's really about also changing our way of coming together, working together, influencing, informing, and developing a narrative which will be very different when you talk to, which needs to be localized because there's a regional component, which needs to be very different if you talk to one industry sector or the other. And I think it, to some extent, it also requires that we bring in other experiences and expertise, I guess. So bringing in marketing players, communication players, anthropologists. And I think that is really something where, as a sector, we also need to basically evolve and learn and take some new challenges. So.
Anyone else who would like to step in? Okay.
Irene, I would like to make 2 points here.
We couldn't hear you, I think. I could not hear you, unfortunately, Ajay.
In industry, or person would adopt a new technology, low carbon or zero carbon technology, only if there is a economic benefit, or let's say at least there's no economic disbenefit. This is something that we as policymakers, as policy advisors, need to highlight. Therefore, the need is to bring costs down to the point where they can be competitive amongst themselves. This brings me to the second point, which is, what are the best ways to do this? I am extremely uncomfortable with the point which most people think is the regulatory input, which is carbon prices. I don't see carbon prices having done a technological change anywhere in the world, whether it is cigarette smoking or whether it is fuel-efficient cars. We have always used regulation to bring about technological change. And consequently, the historicity, because each country has a different history, what they can do in regulations is very different from what other countries can. And consequently, the historicity of this regulatory efforts need to be kept in mind when we are thinking of new ones. Thanks, Irene.
Thank you very much. Susan.
Well, I think to build on Ajay's point, I think regulatory approaches certainly plays a big role, and I would certainly encourage also the whole NDC process as being one of the ways in which we can commit countries to put targets in their NDCs on specific emissions, energy efficiency targets for each sector. It would be really good if we would encourage policymakers to raise ambitions there. And then also, as AJ said, several countries also operate with setting specific energy efficiency targets for their own sectors as part of, general regulation and policy. So again, much can be done because the potential is quite big in certainly many emerging economies, but we cannot forget, let's say, Africa and the least developed countries, because they're also making decisions that are locking themselves potentially into some energy intensive practices that we would surely want to avoid that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Three brief points. First of all, I think that the announcement from China that they will aim for net zero carbon towards mid of the century is hugely important in this context, because China accounts for half of industrial energy use and industrial production. The second point is what came out from our innovation week last week is that the industry said, okay, we can do this, but governments need to work on the enabling infrastructure, which was also said in the introductory presentation. So we need renewable electricity supply, we need hydrogen pipeline systems, maybe a CO2 pipeline system. And the third point is, if we want to green the industry in a global trading context, then we also will need standards for green commodities and certification systems for green commodities to ensure that there is indeed an incentive to go in that direction.
Thank you. Dan, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I firstly completely agree with what Dolf just said there. I thought it was very well put. I think just to add another couple of points, some a bit of kind of practical context, I think in a lot of cases, actually just having a centre of ownership in government on this particular issue. You've got the environmental ministry, you might have the industry ministry, the trade ministry, the economics ministry, all have various interests in this, but often there's no real one locus that own this issue, and that can make it very difficult in terms of then pulling a lot of these levers that we then want to pull to try and see the action that we want. I think another thing that seems to be getting some traction, which I think will be quite interesting to watch in the future, is the number of multinational companies that are imposing their own net zero targets and imposing that on their supply chains as well. I think as that filters through the supply chains from the big guys to the SMEs, I think also it means that for those companies, they need to realize that this is something that may well just be imposed upon them, and therefore actually taking a proactive stance and bringing their own strategies to bear, rather than just suddenly waking up and realize that they're losing one of their biggest contracts because they're not able to meet the demands of their big customer. I think is a really important thing to mention, and both of these points play into the natural point for my heart and a lot of other people's part, which is the international collaboration piece, both in the governments and the companies, just to realize that there is a lot of benefit in this space from bringing together the actors from different parts of the world. Thanks.
Nobody has spoken so far on SMEs. Nobody has spoken so far on digitalization. These were points that I gleaned from the background paper that was shared with us also. Green procurement, you mentioned that, Dan. Industry in the sustainable energy supply chain also. Any additional comment that anybody would like to make, either around these points or on anything else?
Maybe just
please.
Sorry, to build on what Dan said, I do think what is really interesting is to see what is happening in the, as you mentioned, the national companies, but how it also has an impact beyond the borders, I guess, on the suppliers. And here often we do find SMEs. And interestingly, we see countries like Chile who are really picking up on this and develop an efficient and renewable energy system as a competitive advantage to attract basically businesses and companies to Chile. And I think here is really something which we can probably, which is interesting to activate in a more integrated way, because the reality is, and if you discuss with some private sector companies, you see that they are already aware of the fact that they will need to fight. There will be a real competition for the capacity, the renewable capacities which are in place. And that is something which the governments really need to acknowledge and invest into the infrastructure. I think, Dolph, you had mentioned that during the Innovation Week, this had been brought up. We're talking about massive infrastructure and capacity that need to build up to really move to an efficient and renewable-based energy system. And the governments have a key role to play here in having the goals and clear pathways to build these up and create the market conditions. Today, the reality is renewable energy is often the least cost solution, especially in the power sector. But we have some sectors that are highly fossil fuel dependent where subsidies still persist. So I think this is clearly something which needs to be addressed. And the other part is also to accompany these sectors to engage in the transition. And I think that is something where we will need to develop stronger strategies, because there are front runners, but there are other players which cannot just be left behind.
Irene, I would like to add on to the point that Rana made. And I think there are two kinds of countries, let's say call them developed and developing countries. But this simple point is that in most developing countries, there is a lot of industrial infrastructure which has yet to be built up, as opposed to the developed countries where the existing industrial infrastructure needs to be changed to something which is more sustainable. And I think we need to use, especially in the developing countries, we need to use the opportunity of the new infrastructure that is to be built and make sure that the infrastructure built tomorrow is more sustainable than the one built yesterday. And I think that's where goals and targets come in very handy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, tremendous opportunities to assist developing countries to avoid the mistakes that some of us made in the so-called global north, right? Yeah. Yes, please.
To add to Ajay's point, the industries today are largely there where the demand is. But that may change in the future. The industry may move there where the clean energy is. And that may very well be in the developing countries. So that could even strengthen that trend further.
Yes. Yeah. Now, when we were talking about the importance of demand side management also, right? And the diversity of the situations, of course, comes into mind, and also the need to be inclusive in the transition processes. From that perspective, of course, from the organization that I'm the honorary president of, the Global Women's Network of the Energy Transition, I would also like to highlight the important role of women in this whole process, who have been underrepresented, still are underrepresented in energy, traditional energy, but also in renewable energy, in industry, in other fields that tend to be male dominant. Any concluding thoughts on that before we have gotten 13 more minutes, because our session was extended to 2:20. So, please.
Yeah, well, I think especially when it comes to renewable energy production, I think there's a lot of studies, including from GGGI, but also from IRENA and others, that are showing that especially in the short term, in the setup, in the production of renewable energy, there's a lot of opportunities for job creation, and certainly in this post-COVID recovery period, that could hopefully provide incentives for greening the recovery, because it's also a way to, let's say, create jobs in the short term. And certainly there is proof that more jobs can be created, certainly in the early stages of setting up production and so forth in renewable energy compared to fossil fuel production. So from that perspective, there's an opportunity, although including women is still a bit of a challenge across the renewable energy sector, but certainly more can be done there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, please, Dan.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just a couple of quick bits, actually, on a previous point and on this current one. So just on a previous point around the SMEs, I think a point that hasn't quite been linked yet, which is potentially politically quite a tough one, but is that the fact that, it's going to be a lot of those companies that are most in need of government support in, during and coming out of the crisis, and the degree to which we can make sure, the oft-used phrase of build back better or build forward faster, or whichever phrase, build forward greener, whichever phrase you choose to use, whether this is an opportune moment for that, given their need. And just on the transition piece as well, I think two elements that came out of our recent ministerial. I mean, firstly, on gender equality in the energy sector, again, it was front and center in our ministerial meeting. We had a great event from our Clean Energy Education and Empowerment Initiative and the Equal by 30 campaign, which was incredibly well attended and engaged with, including by several ministers, which I think showed that certainly in our community, as I know in yours, this was absolutely a top priority for them. I think a second thing that also links into both of those points is the kind of broad phrase of the just transition, and making sure that both the kind of near-term response and recovery from the crisis, but as a larger part of a just and inclusive transition. And again, we had lots of calls from amongst the SEM community and the SEM members to make sure that the activities that we already have actually grow into a much fuller program of work going forward. And it's great to see that in both industry and at the ministerial level, this has really, really got their attention. Thanks.
Joseph, would you like to jump in? Feel free to do so if there is anything you would like to add.
Yes, maybe just a thought, or then your intervention triggered that part. I think it's really important to keep in mind that if we want the transition to happen, we need a socio-political acceptance, and this means like making renewable a political priority. We need a market acceptance, and this is not only for the energy sectors or the renewable sector, but it's really also for the consuming sector. It's for conventional players to engage in the transition, and we need citizens' acceptance. And with regard to this, it is very clear that, and I think it's also echoing this inclusiveness part, we are also the challenge and the opportunity we have by moving to something which is renewable based and efficient. It's also something which is much more decentralized, obviously. And this also requires another governance, and it allows other players to come to the table. And with regard to this, I think it's important to remind that we're not talking about an innovation that is just technological. So the internet is developed, and as a result, many other things are just irrelevant from one day to the other. Same for the mobile phone. But there is a conscious political choice to move in that direction. And this adds a complexity here, but it's really also an opportunity. And I think we need to use this opportunity as a societal opportunity, which means to ensure the inclusiveness, whether it is gender, whether it is developing countries around the tables. Let's be really honest, much of the international fora is still very OECD country heavy, I guess. That's something which we need to strategically put into the priority list.
Yeah, I very much hear this theme of it's not just about technology. Yeah. It's not just about one technology for sure. It's not just about carbon price. What we need is a political decision to move in the right direction, taking into account various modalities of industries at various stages of development, countries of various stages of development, endowment with natural resources, energy resources, etc., in natural forms. And it has to be a very integrated and inclusive process. So we need to bring the energy message to the industry community, but we also need to bring the industry community to the energy discussion and vice versa. Is that yeah, please.
Irene, I sit on the board of India's only green bank, and we are very often asked by industry for loans for renewable energy. You know, we are one of the very few people who provide that loan, and people come to us. Now, one of the biggest questions that they have for us is, how do I get somebody on my staff to check the calculations which have been provided by a consultant on, say, the size of the renewable energy system? You know, my people have no idea. And consequently, one of the things that we have started doing is provided the certification to people who are already working. It's a 4-week course. And at the end of it, people are not experts. They will not design systems, but they can check whether the system that they are looking at, the designs that they're looking at, are adequate or not. So I would strongly suggest that certification of renewable energy suppliers, actually energy efficiency suppliers, should be taken up as a priority.
Which harkens back to what you said then, right? I mean, that when we want to move into this direction, we have to also have some kind of reliability regarding the expertise and the quality of the process and the products.
He also echoes on the part of to make the transition happen. It's about policy and regulatory framework, it's about finance, etc. But there is also a capacity building part, and there is also a reskilling part. And I'm echoing on the part on the SMEs when we're looking, and this is not directly the industrial sector, but in the heating and cooling sector, much is the building sector. And there are also many installers who are for the moment worldwide not incentivized to install, let's say, a heat pump with a solar PV panel because it takes longer. They don't have the skill set. It's not their habit. So there is really also, and I think this is why it's really important to have integration. Means like, okay, energy policies, demand sector or industrial sector policies, it's industrial policies, but there is also the part on education, capacity building, and making the norms evolve with regard to that. And this can go through the market, but not only.
So, if you had one word or one phrase to say as a recommendation out of this session, just very, very good. Be courageous. It's not dangerous.
Enhance productivity through renewables.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Dan, did you want to go? Or I didn't see properly.
Chair, I think stumped us all with that one, to be honest. I think for me, it's the case that now is the time, and the next decade requires a giant leap, not just a small step.
Thank you.
Systemic approaches for a structural problem.
Thank you. Anyone else who wants to be daring?
Renewables now at the end, since nobody's jumping, I take.
Systemic approach for a structural problem, renewables now. Yes. Rolf, Susanne, Joseph, do you want to add something? We are all very good at making long speeches, but we are not so good at making short.
Well, I was trying not to speak because I thought I used up all my time in the first session. But honestly, I've been enjoying the discussion and learning a lot and taking it all in. I think in terms, I'm not sure summing it up, this would be the right contribution, but I do think a common theme that I've picked up that I think is important from at least some of the speakers is the need for infrastructure, especially for the game-changing technologies that we're going to need to meet our goals. I think we should be doing everything everyone's talked about on renewable energy, absolutely. And of course, renewable could be a generator of hydrogen, for example, but we do need the infrastructure. And that is really, really important. It's going to take a lot of money, but it's also going to take a lot of government policy. So I think from my standpoint, it would be a mistake not for that to be a common takeaway from this session.
First of all, warm welcome to all of you, and good morning, good afternoon, where you're sitting. We have not so much variations. At least, Samira, you're from Brazil. That's probably way much of a time difference for you early in the morning. Thank you for joining us. The theme of our room is country voices, of course, and this is where we would like to draw on the conversation to bring a little bit of insights from you on some of the challenges, at least from the country perspective, and what worked and what could potentially be prioritized as an agenda from the country perspective. Related to the challenge, I think you probably, if you have seen the position paper or the framing paper, the challenge is quite tremendous. We're talking about 70% of the energy mix for industry still remains fossil-based. Only 25% of energy used in industry is subject to kind of energy performance requirements or regulatory requirements. And we still have major issues with dealing with the hard-to-abate sectors. So without much delay, I will just invite you. Maybe I can start by a quick, inviting you for a quick introduction, just the name and the institutional background, and then we can move to the questions so that everyone get to know each other. Please, we can start from you, Samira. I see the screen. Yes, Samira, we hear you now. Yeah.
Yes?
Yes, please.
Okay. I'm to my mic, but I hope you can hear me. First of all, I would like to thank you very much for the invitation, participating in this virtual series from the VEF Forum. And on behalf of the Ministry of Mines and Energy, we are pleased to participate and to views on our experiences here in Brazil. I work in the Ministry of Mines and Energy, and I'm the coordinator for energy efficiency in the ministry. And in this field, we have been dealing with a lot of different policies and for energy efficiency and also for improving renewable energies, not only in the industrial sector, but in all different sectors of the economy. But especially in the industrial sector, we have a special interest because we have a large energy intensive state industrial sector in Brazil, and we still have a lot of space for improving energy efficiency in the country and also improving renewable energy use in the industrial sector also in Brazil. I don't know if I
Thank
can
you.
change. So
No, thank you.
for the next.
Thank you, Samira.
Thank you very much for being
come back to you with a specific question. Said Moulin, please.
Thank you, Tarek. First of all, I would like to thank UNIDO and the Vienna Energy Forum for this invitation. I'm really glad because, as we know, everywhere in the world, we are talking about green recovery today. And in the Kingdom of Morocco, the AME is the Moroccan Agency for Energy Efficiency. It was belonging to the Ministry of Energy and Mines and Environment before. And since a few months now, we are in charge of the green economy, including energy efficiency, sustainable transport, and clean production with an objective for decarbonization of the industry. The main objective is that today, and with this green economy, even the agency will become Moroccan Agency for Green Economy, and we are really focusing right now, as it was said in the opening ceremony, huge opportunities linked to renewables, because the price of renewables decreased a lot, and we are helping all the actors. And also with the office of UNIDO here in Rabat, we are having many actions with the private sector and the Moroccan Confederation for Moroccan Enterprises. So that's our main mission today, and that's why we are completely in the same mood as it was mentioned in the beginning.
Thank you, Said, and welcome. Let me move to Arunaba. Am I saying it right?
Thank you, Tarek, and good morning to you all. It's early in the evening here in India, and many thanks to UNIDO and the Vienna Energy Forum for inviting me to this conversation. I am Arunaba Ghosh. I am the CEO of an independent think tank called the Council on Energy, Environment and Water. We are one of the leading think tanks in Asia and among the 20 best climate think tanks in the world. Among other things, we have a big focus on industrial efficiency as well as industrial decarbonization. And we had, a couple of years ago, built up the largest database of industrial emissions in India from all the 200,000 large plants in the country. But we also have a big focus on the millions of micro, small, and medium enterprises that constitute 90% of India's industrial base, and how to make them more energy efficient. And we also have a focus on industries in rural areas and what kind of interventions are needed there to get them onto a more sustainable pathway. Happy to discuss more when we get into the conversation, but thanks for having me.
Warm welcome, Ronaba, and welcome. I don't see you anymore, Rebecca. Gabriella, but I see Leonardo. Okay, you're back in.
I just switched it off.
Okay, yes.
Also, hello from my side. It's a pleasure to be in this session. Hello from Vienna. I'm working for the Austrian Energy Agency. We are the national energy agency in Austria. We are a non-profit organization, and we are also a think tank on energy-related topics. And just to my person, I'm in the center of industry and commerce, focusing. My work is focused on energy audits and energy management systems in industry. Also, I have currently a project together with UNIDO, with Marco Martini in Georgia. It's implementing energy management systems. And it's very interesting also to see what's going on outside of Austria. But today, my mission is to give you a short overview where we are focusing in Austria on industry with nexus to energy. One is the energy efficient topic, and at the moment we are focusing on SMEs because most of the companies in Austria are SMEs, small and medium companies. We addressing the medium. Sorry.
No, sorry. I will come back to that question to get into
okay. Very good. Okay.
Thanks. This was just a quick introduction, just for all of us to know each other, and then
Okay.
Thank you, Gabriela, and welcome, Barry. Quick.
Yes, good day to everyone, and thanks for the opportunity, and greetings from the southernmost tip of Africa. It's great to be part of this esteemed panel. So my name is Barry Bredenkamp. I'm the General Manager responsible for energy efficiency and data and knowledge management at the South African National Energy Development Institute, which we refer to as SENEDI. SENEDI is an agency of our National Department of Mineral Resources and Energy, assisting the department in implementation, monitoring, and evaluation. And what is key in this particular context, we also a partner in the Industrial Energy Efficiency Program run by supported by UNIDO in South Africa, together with some other partners. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Barry. And so let me jump quickly into the subject. I would like to at least bring from our conversation maybe 3 key messages back to the plenary. So we'll try to be as much as possible focused, at least especially related to what would be interesting, at least from the country voices, is to understand sort of what has worked well from your perspective, at least on the integration side, and what are the pathways for increasing the ambitions that you are looking at. So what has worked well, at least. So because that's where I think the cross-country learning happens, is to see which policy elements, which capabilities that you are focused on in your countries that have made a difference, at least either with the integration of renewable energy on the one side or the integration of energy efficiency in the industrial sector. So with that, thinking sort of with that question as a starting point, maybe I can start with Samira. Again, we go back in that order. Samira, maybe at least in the Brazilian context, I know you have been also focusing a lot on heat in industry. If that perhaps an angle you want to focus on, or you have done also a lot of work on the financing for energy efficiency. But if you can just give us a sense of what has worked well and what are some of the challenges you still need to focus on down the road from your perspective. Samira, are you?
Do you hear me?
I mean, there is a challenge with the voice, but we.
I will try to speak
now we hear you.
Louder for you to understand. Yes. Problems in understanding your question, but maybe I can say something about the industrial sector in Brazil. And we have an advantage in our energy mix because we have a mostly cleaner mix if it compares with the energy mix in the world. So, and also, if you take a look in the energy mix directed for the industry, we still have a renewable, big participation of renewable energies in the energy mix in the industry, for the industry. So, in this hand, we have an advantage in Brazil, but we still have big and energy-intensive industrial sectors that use a lot of fossil fuels and not so developed industrial processes. And in these sectors, we still have space for improving the utilization of renewable energies in. And this side, we have been working in 2017 together with the National Program for electricity conservation, and also the National Confederation of Industries in a program called Aliança program directed to energy intensive industries in Brazil. And we have had a big interesting in the side because the program wants to offer technical assistance for the industries, and not only to implement energy efficiency measures in the industry, in the plants, but also to take a look in the industrial processes, in the technologies they are using, how can they improve the efficiency and the technologies of the processes. And in this side, we have already had very interesting results. For example, we have already in just 12 industries, 12 plants, we have had already more than 100 energy efficiency and technology measures implemented, and more than 70,000 gigawatt hour saved per year since 2017. So we are having a very good experience in this with this program directed to the industries. And on the other hand, we have already had an action among the SMEs and small and medium companies, industrial companies in Brazil, through another program coordinated by the Ministry of Economy that was called Most Productive Brazil program. And it implemented measures for lean manufacturing and also energy efficiency measures in around 3,000 companies at the moment. And we expect to get another 3,000 or more companies attended in the next years. And we have also have really good results in this side.
Thank you.
We have had an increase of the in around 50% in the companies in this program. So these are some of the good experiences we are having.
So if I read it correctly, I mean, I think one of the tricks that you have highlighted is the integration of the energy efficiency measures with industry technology upgrading and broader efficiency kind of programs, lean manufacturing, as you mentioned also technology upgrading. That's very interesting insight to bring to the conversation, of course, so that these programs are successful is not only about efficiency, but a broader sort of competitiveness dimensions. I see that is working. Let me move to Morocco and see. I mean, I know Morocco has an ambitious industrial development strategy, and you are so your hand is full to make sure that this industrial development strategy align well with the climate or the energy strategy. Where do you see sort of the key successful aspect from what you have been working with?
Okay, Tariq, thank you very much. Sure. So I think how we can start any project has to be included in policy. The chance in Morocco since 2009, and at the highest level of the state, we had this orientation for giving priority to renewable energy and energy efficiency in our energy transition, in our energy policy. It's at the highest level that it's really supported. Energy efficiency in industry, of course, but also in transport, in buildings, in agriculture, in cities. So all sectors are concerned. But what we did in the industry, and that was very important, when you have the policy, when you have a dedicated agency, when you have a law on energy efficiency, so the regulatory framework is very important also. Then when you have that, you have to sensibilize. What we did with UNIDO, with the Moroccan Confederation of Private Sector, what we did is to sensibilize all actors how they can decrease their energy bill, how with energy efficiency, but also with renewable energy, how they can develop projects. And we had the chance also with EU to have a financing support. And in 2 years, 260 projects, more than 100 million euros invested in energy efficiency. The payback is shorter than 5 years. It's amazing what's going on right now, but also we have to be coherent in our policy, our climate policy. We stop subsidizing fossil fuel. Then the payback is shorter.
Yeah.
When the price of energy, the domestic price of energy, if the fossil fuel is subsidized, then the payback is longer. So you need to be coherent. We want energy efficiency, we want renewable energy, we want dissemination, and for that you need to be coherent in your policy, so you have the right policy, the dedicated agencies, the regulation framework, and of course all the actions on the field with the different federations and how we manage to have that. So that's why we are very happy about how we managed in the field. One thing also, sensibilization on ISO 50001 was one thing that we developed with UNIDO, with different actors, and it's something that also this is very important when sometimes only behaviors can change, can have energy saving, not only investment. So all this is important, and I think that's why we can think of success about that.
No. Thank you. I mean, I pick also the importance of coherence among policies. You know, I mean, exactly, if your energy pricing strategy is not coherent with your efficiency plans, it doesn't work well. So that's a key message to bring to the plenary. Arunabha, India. I mean, your experience. I mean, I think you're dealing with also helping SMEs to have a baseline. How important that is in terms of getting the policies right.
Yeah, thanks, Tariq. So first, let me start.
Sorry,
can you hear me?
No, yes.
Okay. Yeah. First, let me tell you a little bit about the MSMEs, and then I will talk a little bit about the larger industries as well. See,
yes.
The MSMEs in India, the micro, small, and medium enterprises, as I was mentioning earlier, account for about 90% of industrial units in India. And they also have a very large share of total industrial value add, about almost half, 45%, and account for nearly half of exports. So they are what I call the sort of skeleton, the backbone of the Indian industrial base. Now, the challenge is that there is the way the sector is structured is by clusters. There are about 400 odd MSME clusters across the country. And those clusters, of course, often are clustered around specific industries or subsectors. So there is both a demonstration effect as well as an islanding effect. The demonstration effect is that when my neighbor does something, I do the same, right? And then you kind of, everyone becomes more energy efficient. The islanding effect is you could have one cluster which is investing in energy efficiency, but another cluster might not be doing that in the very same state or the same province. Now, what is the challenge? The major challenge there is that we have the fuel choice as well as the fuel switching. Both have a role to play. On the fuel choice side, right, because many of these are small enterprises, they can actually work on electricity. They don't need high intensity heat. But in our estimation, only about 48% of MSMEs use electricity as the primary source of energy, right? And about 38% of MSMEs don't have any formal power source. So they're using other dirtier fuels. So the objective here of policy has to be both increasing the electrification of the MSME sector and then increasing the green part, the sort of renewable component of that electrification, so that these smaller enterprises can get onto a more efficient pathway. Of course, those that are better connected to larger enterprises in terms of the supply chain have a higher potential or probability of adopting energy efficient technologies and practices. Those that measure their energy consumption, our surveys of more than 400 MSMEs across the country found that those that measure their energy consumption properly have 6 times greater probability of investing in energy efficient technology. So measurement, electrification, and then the fuel switching towards the cleaner energy sources. Just a couple more minutes, Tariq, if I may. The larger enterprises, we have about 200,000 of them. Those are all also the sort of heavy industries, right? The hard-to-abate sectors: iron and steel, cement, petrochemicals, fertilizer, and a range of others, automobiles, etc. So we had built up the largest database again of the emissions from these industries across 90 different fuel types. And between 2005 and 2015, the emissions intensity of these enterprises dropped by about 15%. So that was good, right? And that came on the back of a policy called the Perform, Achieve, and Trade scheme, which was an energy efficiency trading platform, right? And it has gone through multiple phases. So the next big policy story that has to unfold there is how do we continue the path on emissions intensity reduction, but also increase the incentives for emissions in reduction altogether. And whether that comes from carbon pricing, whether again, like small industries, comes from fuel switching. And we've been doing an extensive amount of work on what is the price at which green hydrogen becomes viable to make green steel, or green methanol, or green ammonia, right? And I can get into more details of that. But I've highlighted to you what we've achieved, but also the levers for the small and the big that needs to happen over the next decade to get onto a different pathway altogether. Let me stop there for now.
Yeah, thank you. I'm also picking up here on the successful emission trading scheme that you create a captive market between industry. You focus on your large emitters. You do an excellent measurement tracking framework so that you have a baseline, and then you can actually monitor and achieve through the trading scheme driven by regulation as well. Let me go to Gabriela, and I know that as you mentioned, Gabriela, that the industry structure in Austria is based a lot on SMEs, and probably there's quite a lot of innovation happening in the sector, driven also by policies. What has worked so well in Austria as a policy element that drove change in the SME sector, from your perspective?
Yeah, from the Austrian perspective, I think a role model in Austria is the Klimaaktiv program. It's the governmental program for climate protection, and it's focusing on SMEs, but also a part of the program is focusing on large companies. And I think the success factor of this program is that it has been running since 2004. It's for a long time. We have a long tradition on that. And the focus is to reduce carbon dioxide emissions, equivalent emissions, and we always monitor that. And there is a special sub-program existing for SMEs, for companies. And this program is, I think the good thing is it's a network. It's a network with the aim to learn from each other. We have good practice examples. We are providing them on the website. There's a website on Klimaaktiv existing. I'm sorry, it's only some parts are on English. It's mainly. Sorry.
What is the incentives that drives the SMEs to react to the program?
The incentive is we provide, or we also generated quality standards for energy audits, especially on technologies like electric motor systems or ventilation systems. These systems, which are normally in a lot of industries, existing lighting, and these are guidelines for energy auditors. And I think it's the qualification of energy auditors is also a key factor of success. And we have also a training program for energy auditors in line with the guidelines. We have a training on ventilation system, on electric motor systems, and on waste heat, and so on. It's a training series. I think there are more than 10 training days existing at the moment. Yeah, I think that's very important. The qualification, standardization of audit guidelines, and also we have a website created on energy management system, how to implement ISO 15001, and it's it's updated, and now it's in line to the new version of the energy management system.
Thank you, Gabriela. Maybe I'll come back to you later on if we still have time in this session to ask about your experience in East European countries, because that also contrasts with, of course, Austria being also an advanced economy. Let me go to Barry and South Africa, and I know that the Industrial Energy Efficiency Program of South Africa was just recently recognized with an International Best Project Award from the Energy Professionals Association. First of all, congratulations on this. So what is the next ambition in South Africa, and how are we going to go about it? I mean, in terms of dealing with sustainable energy in industry.
Yes, thanks very much, Jay. And I think, South Africa is in a unique situation. Is we are a developing country, but yet we are very industrialized country as well, with a lot of mining activity and associated industries. We have a large automotive manufacturing industry and various other industries. So we've also had a history of very cheap coal. About 90% of our energy generation is from coal. We have large coal reserves, which is not clean. So as a result, South Africa is amongst the top 10 global emitters in the world. And as a result, we have had to sign very stringent targets in terms of the Paris Accord and other global commitments. So that in South Africa, a few good things that are happening is we have a regulation that's in the making and should be released soon, and that is for the mandatory reporting of energy consumption and energy plans for industry, which above a certain threshold will have to do that on an annual basis, provide us with a report on what they've done in terms of improving their efficiency over the past year and what their plans are for the year going forward. Interestingly enough, we have a carbon tax that was introduced in South Africa in 2019, and the first date for submissions is actually the end of this month, end of October. So for the first time in the history, that industry will be responsible for carbon tax. But on the positive side of that, since 2013, November 2013, South Africa as a carrot in terms of the pending carbon tax introduced a tax incentives for energy efficiency. So there's two of them. One is capital equipment based, and you get a rebate on the efficiency of the equipment you install in industry. And then the other one, which is pretty unique, it's the only one we are aware of in the world that we've implemented, and that is a kilowatt hour based rebate of quite a significant amount for energy efficiency and kilowatt hours that can be saved, that can be verified by a certified measurement and verification professional. That program, we've just done a review, and we've managed to save approximately 25 terawatt hours on that program since the end of November to the end of December. And we have processed in excess of $2 billion US dollars worth of rebates.
Wow.
The carbon tax intention is to recycle the carbon tax into the tax incentive. And that's working. That is a great positive. You mentioned the Industrial Energy Efficiency project supported by UNIDO. A lot of companies, a lot of work we're doing to get companies to introduce ISO 50001. And with that, a lot of other work such as qualifications, as our colleagues mentioned previously, getting qualifications accredited for energy efficiency and renewable energy in South Africa. A lot of work happening on that side. On the downside, what we've seen is we still have a very archaic, vertically integrated utility in the country, Eskom. They provide the majority of the generation in the country, barring some renewable energy that was introduced a few years ago. And that tariff is just basically passed down the value chain to municipalities in bulk, and that thing gets passed on to customers. And because they've had serious problems and in not being able to meet the demand over the last couple of years, we've been having a situation where we've been having rolling blackouts in the country that have negatively affected industry, because production, especially in the intensive industries, without a constant supply or consistent supply and reliable supply of electricity has been a problem. So that model is being reshaped now, and they're looking more at bringing competition into the market, which will provide competitive pricing. Because if one learning point that I could mention that wasn't mentioned too much in the document, which I think we need to look at worldwide, is tariff reform in general. We've seen the tariffs, electricity tariffs in South Africa rise by over 300% over the last 5 years, and it's expected to remain on that trajectory. Unless we introduce serious tariff reforms, especially for industry, we're going to continue having serious problems where you have manufacturing and industrial facilities not being able to operate in the country and moving their production facilities elsewhere. And with the country with 25% unemployment, we cannot afford that. So we have to look at the environment, we have to look at the efficiency, we have to look at the tariffs, and we have to look at the same time as the job creation. We cannot lose focus on that. And those instruments, such as the carbon tax and the tax incentives, are but one way of stimulating an improvement in our transition towards a more sustainable and low carbon society. Thank you.
Thank you, Barry. I mean, I think there is very, very relevant insight there, at least on tariff reform, and also on some of these experiments that actually I'm quite aware of the South Africa kilowatt hour based. It was innovative in a way, and it's sort of now, if I understand correctly, it has worked quite well to really trigger a lot of saving, which requires a bit of strong capabilities on the monitoring and verification, I understand, to make this work, right? Yeah. Well, actually,
yes, that's the focus. We have to have certified people.
So let me come back to the question, actually, that I was also, and this time let's open it up. I mean, if you want to jump in on this one, I'm wondering about the key capabilities that you would need to have on the ground to get any program successful from your perspective and your experience. What are the capabilities to get industry buy-in around, let's say, in sort of, and I could imagine there are different capabilities if you look at renewable energy versus energy efficiency, but whatever angle you want to take, if you can just share with us some sort of what are the capabilities that we have to focus on in building up in the country or in the ecosystem to get the industry to work with these issues. I kind of got a hint from Gabriela when she mentioned certification of qualified auditors, but maybe some other capabilities you want to pick on. Any volunteer? Just, yeah, Arundhava.
Okay, so in addition to what you just said, Tarek, about certified auditors, let me just add two more. One is the capability and financial innovation, because whether you're a large entity or you're a small business, the upfront capital cost of investing in technologies that are cleaner or more efficient is often a big barrier. Right? That does not mean it's not possible. But the financial innovation currently is missing, where whether it's say a sustainability bond or a transition bond, right? The money that comes into completely greenfield projects is easier to attract than green money to come into brown projects. And how do you structure the cost of that finance over the lifetime of that project so that you're paying it off through your working capital savings rather than you're paying it out from capital investment of your balance sheet. So that's number one. And number two is for large-scale fuel switching, the capability network infrastructure is going to be extremely important. To give you a concrete example, in India, for instance, we have 16,800 kilometers of transmission pipelines for gas and another 14,000 being built. So you'll have gas pipeline network infrastructure, 30,000 kilometers and more. But if gas is going to be only a transition fuel, can that network infrastructure be designed in a way that over time it can absorb green hydrogen, right? So what is the nature, what is the materials you use in those pipelines that can substitute from gas to a future fuel? Because individual firms, individual companies are not going to be building network infrastructure. So if you make that available to them, suddenly a newer, cleaner fuel becomes something that they can begin to take seriously, right? This is over and above the policy innovation and the auditing innovation that we've already discussed.
Thank you, thank you. I saw you, Said, you wanted to jump in as well on this question. The voice. Your mic.
Capacity building is a key also on this field, and as I mentioned, we have experience, and we have to have adapted training system to the private sector, because we had these experiences when you have a long training program, the industry will be difficult to adapt the work to that. So that's why we adapted our training system to the private sector, and how we managed to have some weeks of training on specific field. And that's what we did also with UNIDO. But one thing also, you know that today we're talking about carbon tax on borders, and that's also one point we want to convince actors, especially exporting actors. And what's going on in Morocco, we have this huge experience with automotive industry, with aeronautics, with mining industry. All those are exporting today, and they're really concerned by decarbonization. So that's why it's quite easy today to convince them to go to this way, specifically that in the Moroccan context, we are decreasing the energy bill by 30%. But for that, we need to support not only big actors, but also SMEs. And that's why we have a program called Tatweer, Green Tatweer now.
Okay.
Is just to help also SMEs to do these audits. So we're subsidizing these audits. We are subsidizing all the studies needed before doing any investment. And that's very important also. You can have training, but you need at the same time to have all the other actions at the same time to support that.
Well, thank you very much, Said, for this input and highlighting the need for adapted kind of measures for specific actors like the industry. Barry, you wanted also to jump on this question?
Thank you very much. And to reinforce what Said said, I didn't touch on the concept of digitalization just now, because we have a whole session next month on digitalization. South Africa is just starting this journey on digitalization, which, if you look at the work that's being done by the International Energy Agency and the large manufacturers of digitalized equipment, without a doubt, the common thread that's going to determine our destiny on energy efficiency interventions as well as renewable energy is the whole concept of digitalization. And as I said, there's a whole session for discussion on that, and I think we could have a 3-day conference on that. But that journey is going to happen whether we remain behind or opt to join the journey. What that means is the skills and the capacity building that I had referred to. We're going to need a completely new skill set. We're going to have to move away from the traditional energy auditor. We're going to have to move away from the traditional energy technician, electrical engineer, electronic engineer. We're going to need people with really good IT skills. We're going to need good people with data analytics and data science skills. We're going to need people with good interpretation of databases. We're going to need people with good electronic application skills. So the skill set from the traditional way of doing energy efficiency and renewable energy are going to change. I'll go beyond drastically. It's going to change completely. We need to start from a clean slate. And that is going to be a large challenge for us, because we're going to have to get people to do things completely different to the way they've been used to doing it over the last couple of years.
Thank you. I think you touched on a very, very important aspect of the skill sets that are needed in the market to make the transformation happen, and looking at a new type of skill set that are needed. This is very, very, very relevant. I want to go back to Gabriela on the contrast between, and I don't know how much time we have, 1 minute, 2 minutes left in this session, but to Gabriela quickly on the contrast you have between the experience in working with Austrian SMEs, but now you have an experience working with East European countries. What have you observed as the key gaps in capabilities to make a transition there? Sorry, now we hear you.
One of the key gaps in my is knowing the energy consumption. The SMEs are really different sectors of companies, and just to find out the priorities. What are the sectors with the main energy consumption? That's a key factor to have the knowledge of the energy consumption of each sector. And I think that's a gap, and also it's addressing small companies. Perhaps there are a lot of small companies. In totally, they have a lot of energy consumption, and how to address them, because they have no resources to focus on energy, and that's also a challenge. I think it's a challenge at the moment, I think.
Okay. Final word, Samira. You want to bring any thoughts on the capabilities from the perspective of Brazil?
Yeah, I think my colleagues have already addressed some of the most important capacity building improvements we must have. And in Brazil, we are experiencing also an improvement in the formation of young people, youth, in providing energy efficiency and also renewable energy formation in technical courses for students in the medium high school, for example, high school level. We are reinforcing this and providing very detailed material for formation of these people. And also another aspect I would mention, I think it's very important to improve the exchange of experiences between the companies, between the industries. We have learned a little about the experience and other European countries have had with the energy efficiency learning networks in the industry sector. And we are now trying to implement also a pilot project to develop a model of this in Brazil also, to spread the culture of energy management and also the experiences among the industries in order to make it fast, the development of energy efficiency and adoption of new technologies in the industry sector.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Samira. I mean, thank you. I mean, I think we touched on a number of key issues there. It will take a bit of a challenge to bring some key messages in 3 minutes in the closing session, the plenary. But I just get the message that we might have 2 more minutes to. If there's any final reflections that you want to bring to this, I know that we will have the opportunity collectively to meet again, because this is going to be a series and we will tackle more specific topics. We will have a session on maybe the issue of heat in industry, and that would raise another type of set of questions. The digitalizations, we will have one on digitalization. And the idea is that we would engage the same experts, the same voices as much as possible in the future sessions. But one probably additional thought, I mean, if you want to bring to at least from the country experiences,
yes,
what are the priorities, perhaps, Said?
Yes, thank you, Tarek. Very quickly, and as mentioned, we changed from on ministries, but now we are also having an agency for digitalization. And we just signed the convention between the Moroccan Agency for Green Economy and the Agency for Digitalization, because we believe that in the energy sector, huge opportunities, but you need people skilled for that also. So that's why it's a huge new approach to have, and that's we have the chance to be all two agencies now linked to the same ministry, and we are working together for that.
Okay, thank you, Said, for on this comment. I don't see yet a signal from our coordinators, dear panelists. Okay, returning to the plenary. I think probably we do have. Yeah, that was okay. We still have some time here, but. Let me go back to Gabriela again. Sorry to pick you on you, but because I want to also understand from you, maybe, do you see a role for innovation, at least to drive innovation, to catalyze this change? I mean, is there something particular in the, let's say, the Austrian context where support for innovations in the SME sector has been coupled to changes in the energy consumption patterns?
The innovation in the innovation, because also some steel companies are medium-sized companies, and I think there the innovation would be changing to green hydrogen. I think it's a big challenge at the moment. Renewable energy in industry and with the electrification. That's a challenge, and at the moment high priority, and I think needs innovation also. And that's to the medium companies also. To the innovation, you have storage topics. With more electrification, you need more storage of electricity, and I think perhaps the technology also comes from the companies itself. It's a know-how, and also of new technologies. They will come out.
Thank you, Gabriela.
Ourselves, and let's go directly to the topic to ensure we have outcomes. So basically, I was asked to moderate this session where we look at the enablers for progress in the framework of the nexus between the industry and the energy, specifically, basically, to give certain outcomes that will lead to also work at the country level for to ensure certain substantive work. I believe the introduction was clear in terms of what we are expected to do. And the working paper actually highlighted as well the issue of basically where we are in terms of the energy, most importantly, the hard-to-abate sectors in the industry sector, and the linkages between the NDCs, climate change, policy enablers, and more importantly, where we stand in terms of the energy efficiency, renewable energy, sustainable energy is somehow, and how we progress in the industry, and how we can link both sectors and move forward in the framework of the 2030 agenda on the climate action. I suggest, because we have 50 minutes, I will give the floor for each to give his suggestion, and let's brainstorm around the first question, where we've been asked to do. What are the enablers to effective intervention in the energy industry nexus? And who want to take the floor first? Ashok? Gabriela, go ahead, Gabriela.
Okay, so hi, good afternoon or good morning or good evening. My name is Gabriela Prata Diaz. So I work in Copenhagen at the Copenhagen Center on Energy Efficiency, and which is part of a collaboration center of UNEP. So I would like to bring my views on how energy efficiency could add to the issue that we are discussing here today. And basically, with the introduction, we have, we have seen, and it was well highlighted, that energy use in industry is actually a relevant topic, and energy is quite responsible for industrial use of energy. So basically, energy efficiency is ready. Technology is there. Solutions are there. And it's actually the most cost-effective way to reduce energy demands and emissions. And together, just the energy efficiency itself could bring about 40% of the objectives of the Paris Agreement, and also contribute significantly to the SDGs, namely SDG related to energy efficiency 7.3 on achieving energy efficiency, doubling the energy efficiency up to 2030. So action is urgent and has to happen in this decade. So we are facing reality in this pandemic situation, and our insights into the topic are basically twofold. First, and a most significant enabler is on the policy side. From our end, we consider that structured industry programs are essential at national level, targeting industrial subsectors with clear objectives, targets, timelines, verification programs for the achievement of and the implementation of these policies. So this is the first one. Second one, more overarching, is the focus on market transformation. So namely with successful policies related to introducing minimum energy performance standards on products. So what is in the European Union seen as eco-design modalities, which is at least in the EU space, a very successful policy that has been implementing throughout the member states. And the other side of this coin, which is limiting the entry in the market of least efficient products, is the information to the consumer. So these policies need to be accompanied by labeling and information to the final consumer. And then comes the fiscal measures. So how can energy prices reflect the actual cost they bring? And this is perhaps one of the most important factors, which is abolishing fossil fuel subsidies and putting a price on carbon. So these are two other areas on the policy side, on the fiscal measures that should actually reflect the cost. And then, sorry, Radia.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, no, to do a round of questions. Please go ahead. Sorry,
okay.
Yeah.
So, and then to end on the policy side, the focus on research and development, it has been widely acknowledged that through specific measures on policy on research and development, countries could improve and recover from situations of economic crisis like the ones that we have seen before and the one that we are actually living at the moment. So this was, let's say, the policy package. And then we move into implementation. So we have to implement.
If I may, Gabriel, let's keep on the enablers. So we can have a round of question to each, and then we give it the floor for the second one, please. Ashok, I know because I think you have another commitment, as I understood, and I want to hear from you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me, Radia?
Yeah, perfectly.
Okay, excellent. No, thanks a lot. It's great to be in this very esteemed group. And I again would echo what Gabriela was saying in general and what was told in the plenary session, that I just want to bring a couple of points in terms of the enablers. I think, as some of you said, technologies are in place, both on the renewables and on the energy efficiency side. The challenge is, how do you make those technologies actually get adopted on a larger scale in industries? So when it comes to large scale versus small scale industries, I think we need to be very careful about distinguishing. Many of these large scale industries have been able to adopt and integrate some of these technologies just because the way they are set up and the barriers they face are quite different. I think my major concern in the industry sector always remains is the large chunk of SMEs, which was mentioned in the plenary session, which remains unaddressed for a long, long time, particularly in the COVID times. It's emerging as a very serious, I would say, concern in terms of jobs, in terms of production, in terms of their ability to continue. And in general, even before COVID, even though 1/3 of the industries around the world, particularly in the developing world, are in the SME sector, there the potential remains as it is what it was 2 decades ago, which means much of the industrial energy efficiency progress which we have seen through analysis done by SEforALL or by the International Energy Agency or by the World Bank itself clearly shows that much of that is coming from the large industries, the multinationals, the well-known, very financially credible entities which can adopt these technologies quite readily. So I would say that going forward, it would be great to figure out how to really help the SME and the MSME industry, which faces the largest amount of barriers. So the enablers there would be policies targeted to SMEs. And that's where the financing policies come in. So the same amount of financing instruments which we have for large industries don't necessarily apply to SMEs, because their credibility to borrow money is not as good as the big companies. And therefore, the enablers there are to focus on the financing enablers, which helps the SMEs borrow more from the market, which is available there. Money is not the problem, as we say. The access to finance is the problem. And these SMEs cannot access those finance. So the enablers really have to really focus a little bit more on that side when it comes to developing countries. On the large industry side, market mechanisms like Top Runner in Japan or the Perform, Achieve and Trade scheme in India have been great. They really help bringing, rather than just relying on benchmarks and policies from the top, you're helping the market grow through a market mechanism where trading of energy saving certificates, for example, in India under the PAT scheme has been very, very effective in uplifting the lower set of industries to the middle and eventually to the top tier. And I think Japan's Top Runner program uses the same principle, but in a different way. They don't necessarily give the trading mechanism, but they're putting mandatory pressure for them to grow. So I would think about those as something which should be applied or adapted to the SME sector as well. I'm going to stop there. Over to you, Nadia.
Thank Ashok. Thank you very much. But now, taking from the Nexus approach, Debbie, how you see really to the enable same time looking what are the address the climate change and reduce the emissions from both sides. Go ahead, Debbie.
Thank you so much. My audio cut out for just a second in your question there, but in terms of the energy industry nexus, I think I wanted to also connect with what Ashok was saying, and I think at the end of your remarks, Ashok, you were mentioning a couple of programs that actually cut across sectors, and where the Perform, Achieve and Trade program, of course, is focused on industry. The Top Runner program in Japan is across different products and appliances, and I think it's really important also to learn from some of these other sectors. So one of the key enablers, I think, is that we actually need to be thinking about not just how do we address, even though we're focused on energy, we also need to think about how that's bundled with some of the other interventions across industrial processes. Just as we've seen that if you're renovating a building, it's very easy to go in and change out the light bulbs because it's a low cost, sort of easier intervention, but you actually get a lot more decarbonization if you bundle that with other interventions that are a little bit harder. And so when you start to think about the costs, we're talking about financing and how that is going to be one of the really critical enablers. When you start to think about the cost, it's important to think across these different processes or these different elements of the industrial processes, as well as across industrial supply chains, which are really the Energy Transitions Commission put out a report last month that was looking at, among other things, what the costs will be of decarbonizing heavy industry. And they analyzed that there's a significant impact on intermediate products, but there's a really negligible cost increase on final products. So you're seeing 20 to 100% increases on things like cement and concrete and steel, but the actual cost of a house might increase by 3%, and the actual cost of a car will increase by 1%. So when we talk about policy interventions, it's really critical to think all across the supply chain at where are you going to be able to incentivize change, and then how can you use that to sort of build that along the supply chain. And again, this is something that we've seen in other sectors. When you look at, for instance, the motors supply chain is really complicated, and that's one of these kind of in between, right? But you have policies that look at motors themselves, you have policies that look at motor-driven systems, and then you have policies that incorporate those into buildings. So how do you think about that in the same way in the industrial space is really critical. The other thing that I'll say, which I think is, the quote unquote easy intervention, though none of this is easy, is of course on decarbonizing electricity. That, as we've been talking about, of course, electrification doesn't get you everywhere in heavy industry processes. A lot of the times it doesn't necessarily it may not get to high enough heat as needed for all processes. But for a lot of industrial processes, that if you can electrify the energy source, then you're getting a lot of the way there towards decarbonization, which also means that a piece of this has to be decarbonizing the grid. And we're also seeing a lot of interesting interventions coming there on greening electricity, where folks are trying to, Google is now apparently trying to match time of day substitution, right? So you're not just talking about purchasing credits, renewable credits for the electricity that you're using, but actually matching time of day and really starting to get into more complex pieces there. So I think those are two really important pieces: electrification, and then also more broadly thinking about how energy links with other elements of industrial processes, and how we think about policy interventions across the supply chain, not just at the facility site.
Thanks, Debbie. I want to give the floor to Marcus. Marcus, I don't know, from your point of view, when looking to the enablers, can we see that from the circular economy, and how to see the carbon management across the value chain, and what are the enablers? So I would say at the same time adjust the carbon across the value chain, but using this as an enabler for increasing the use of sustainable energy.
Yes, basically, as I see it from a highly practical perspective, working with industrial companies on a daily basis, I see it very simple. Yeah, we've had many summits, we've had many conferences. Yeah, if you see from the 1990s onwards, in total, with very little effect. Yeah, because actually, there has been a lot of technological progress, but the energy efficiency derived hugely from the technological progress, so to say. Because otherwise, if you see, I mean, I'm getting one step back. If you see the whole planet, if you look at industrial sectors, if we kind of have to ask yourself the question, which sectors does a country or a continent want to be active in? Yeah, that's the first question. Because if I say I want to increase specific industrial sector like paper production or glass production, then immediately I have more carbon emissions. If I say I want to pull back from this because I want to be more carbon friendly, then in many cases, if you don't have international agreements, other countries will follow suit. And the practical consequence of this is, as we have no international consensus on this, and we can have 10 Paris agreements, but in reality, emissions are rising. So, in my opinion, there are only a few ways to really make a difference, and it's as follows, in my opinion. If you have a carbon-intensive industry, as most of the European Union industries, for example, or Asian industries are, you can either say, well, I'm very carbon efficient and I don't want to support the companies, then they just go away. You have a big carbon leakage. Actually, they go away, they produce elsewhere. So you have nothing won on an international level, nothing at all. The only thing what you can do is you can say, yes, if this is a valuable industry for a specific country or a specific region, we want to keep this industry and we need to support that it can go on. This is, in my opinion, absolutely crucial, because if you don't have the big picture, you always push it from one country to the next. One country has fantastic statistics and the other one has miserable statistics. And actually, you can see it in most industrial countries that have good statistics. For their CO2 emissions, for example, if you take it all together and net it with imports and exports of products and services, they all of a sudden have very average statistics because they import a lot. But this does not help the planet at all if you push it to other countries and then you don't become more efficient. So that's the bitter truth, in my opinion, here.
Yeah, thank you very much, Alki. If we want to see, we spoke about the policy as an enabler, but how you see the industrial policy framework that we need to put in place in order to address the hard to abate sector in the industry sector?
Yeah, thank you. Do you hear me all?
Yes, please.
Okay, good. Yeah, just checking. Yeah, just what I wanted to add, I think, into the whole conversation and also to the framing of this whole series event today. It's focusing on renewable energies, energy efficiency, which is also very good. But yeah, I just want to add from my organization, there's also this other low carbon energy technology. It's called nuclear energy. And this is something that, some countries do not have it. Other countries have much, some do not want it, and some are embarking. We should not ignore it, but just acknowledge that this is also a possibility to contribute to decarbonization. And also, it's very clear already through the history that there is a clear connection between industrialization and industrial need and the establishing of nuclear programs. And this is, if you look at from government perspective, there is an interest in maintaining stable electricity prices at acceptable levels, and that's the main reason for countries to embark on nuclear programs. And and what's an enabler there? Well, definitely it's of course the government policies that is starting. Does not mean that the industry can lay on its back and do nothing. Say, well, government has to do everything. So it's both the government that has to put the supporting policies in place. It's a bit the same thing as what the previous speaker said. You can just chase your production away to other countries, or you can say, okay, we adopt this and we'll make sure it's happening in proper way. And so that's what I just wanted to contribute here. That from a government perspective, there's this assuring long-term security of electricity supply, there's the maintaining stable electricity prices, and there's reducing emissions. But you also have to look from the industry perspective. What is their interest? It's, for instance, decreasing dependence of fossil fuel import. That's a typical thing you kind of never hear, but it's definitely it counts on the decision trade-off table of the particular industry. Same thing with decreasing sensitivity of economy to environmental regulations. You can agree to it or not, but that's something they have to be aware of. And the third thing is creation of a supply chain, which is also meaning industry. It is industrial activity. So this is also a contribution. Maybe for the moment I can leave it with that.
Thank you very much. I was looking to the different ideas that we adjust, and maybe there was Ashkan where you spoke about the SMEs and basically where the focus was not there, where I think the other focus that we spoke about is from the industry point of view and carbon management point of view, and sustainability is the hard to abate sectors. And we spoke about energy efficiency and renewable energy. But how you see basically what are the, I mean, we spoke about to have a comprehensive, I would say, and policy framework for the hard to abate sectors specifically, but also we spoke about the financial instruments for the SMEs to much more focus on the sustainable energy investment. We spoke about R&D as well. But what other enablers you may suggest that we can put them on the table as a suggestion for the audience and for the takeaway later on at the country level? Maybe Ashok, Ashok or Gabriela, who is available to speak now. We lost Debbie, it seems.
Sorry, I'm back.
Yeah,
internet.
We have you. Yeah.
I just want to point out.
Yes. Yeah, and please.
Yeah, just point out one thing that I don't think has been mentioned so far, which is the training and capacity building a part of the problem, yes, especially when we're looking into the hard to abate sectors, but also developing countries, emerging economies that potentially do not have in place the necessary skills to tackle the problem. So basically, I think there's a significant amount of work to be done throughout countries and sectors and subsectors on which are the skills gaps, the capacity gaps that exist, so that these solutions and technologies can be implemented. So we are actually developing some of this type of analysis in Kenya, and we have early results, but it's becoming very interesting to go through not only university programs, but also technical vocational education and training programs, so that we can better understand and hearing from the industry what are the skills gaps that they are facing when in their day-to-day lives. So that's the point I would like to bring in. Thank you.
Thank you. But Ashkan, from a nexus approach, because I want to return back to the same topic, they ask us to speak about the enablers and give certain examples. I think we had an example of China, for Japan and India, the EU, as Gabriela indicated as well. Sector work we spoke about with regard to building versus industry. But if we keep looking from the nexus, and given that we don't progress so far in terms of sustainable energy versus I would say at the same time ensure that the industry is well developed and get jobs and adjust the socioeconomic dynamic at the country level. So what are the things that we still need as an enabler in order to ensure that we can track progress and accelerate the progress of sustainable energy in the industry sector? Ashok?
I didn't hear you were asking me to address. No, I think there is no one.
But I'm trying even you or other. Yeah. Please go ahead, Sasha.
Okay. No. As I said, there is no problem. There is no single answer to this, right? What came out in the plenary as well as in the earlier discussion is that every country is unique, and within the industry sector in each country, each sector is unique. So when you talk about energy efficiency, you need the technology, you need policies, you need financing, you need capacity, right? Now, if all of those 4 pillars are not in place, energy efficiency cannot make progress. The progress which you have seen in Europe or in Australia or in the so-called OECD countries is because all those 5 pillars were in place. You just didn't have technology, but you had the capacity to deliver. You had the money, the financing, you had the right policies, and you had awareness, right, and technical training. And I think we need to look at countries and see whether all those elements are in place. We cannot otherwise even replicate the good practices from Europe to, let us say, the developing world. It would be hard to replicate, let's say, a good practice from Germany to Nigeria, because the same environment does not exist. So I would say we should step back and see what are those barriers specific to each industry in each country. Now, I don't want to brag about it, but the World Bank work on regulatory indicators for sustainable energy RISE, which had looked at 110 countries around the world, actually does that. It looks into the policy, institutional capacity, financing barriers and enablers, and ranks them and tells that which country is at what stage and what is missing. So unless we fill in the missing part, we cannot think that magically, putting in a technology will solve the problem, because technologies might be available, but they don't have the money, or they don't have the right mandatory policy to push that technology into the market. So I would say we should be very careful in not giving a single solution. Solutions will be quite different and diverse, and what works in United States does not necessarily work in India, or what works in India does not necessarily work in Kenya, right? So I think we need to think through that a little bit more carefully in the diagnostics of the situation. Because solutions are there both on technology and the menu is available. But how do you tie that menu to the problem is where the challenge is.
And
over.
Specifically that the industry is not as well developed in all the places. So the developing countries are not as others, and oil and gas producing countries like the GCC, based on oil and gas industry, cannot also transform what we have elsewhere unless we have a work across the whole value chain and consider the national context, as you well highlighted.
Also, I think Marcus mentioned about the tariff, right?
Yes, please.
The electricity price, they're so different in different countries. In GCC, the industries don't pay much for electricity. In China, they don't pay much, but in other countries, they pay the highest tariff. So that becomes a big issue, right? So we need to take care of that as well. Over.
Before, maybe I wanted, so we have something that we can take as a takeaway. I'm moderating, but I want to contribute in a way. I think the linkages with the NDC is what we feel so far. We don't have as much, I would say, embedded or mandatory at a industry level. So there is a lack of coordination between what we put as a commitment on the NDCs and the involvement of different industries at different level within the country level. So and this is if we have it, and much more coordination with the entities working, as you said, in utilities, or let's say ministries of energy and environment, those who report on the NDCs basically, then we can have much more result on greenhouse gas emission, and obviously much more nexus would have been seen between sustainable energy and the industry level, which we don't see it so far, I think. Specifically through circular economy, it's not there and should be one of the key elements to consider that. Aliki, I want to check how much time we still have. Because we need to address a little bit our takeaway. Aliki, in brief, please, what you want to add?
Yes,
Aliki?
We want to add?
Yeah, you want to add? Yeah. You want to add something? Yeah.
But on which question? Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, we are addressing both questions at the same time. So we finish taking a round with each of you, a second round. And then, because I think the second question, we already gave certain examples, actually, when we speak, we gave certain examples.
Okay.
So if you have an example to share of effective intervention,
sure.
for example, in terms of integrating low carbon technologies, like what Ashok mentioned for the example of Japan. and Egypt.
Okay, sorry, and I understand. Yeah, so no, an interesting example. I think it's this the hydrogen production, which is for them since the recent time. It's really a hot topic because the whole renewable industry recognizes this as a possible storage of a storage possibility of renewable energy during times that it's not needed. And a recent development is also this in with the existing nuclear plants, that they also recognize that before we were just having this baseload production, but we recognize there are more and more nuclear, more and more renewable energy. So in times of lots of wind and lots of sun, they have to scale back. And then in the meantime, they can produce hydrogen as a storage medium. So there's multiple initiatives in the US mostly, but also in Sweden, in the UK. So that's to use electrolysis, low temperature, high temperature, and also large scale just to use your power plant more efficiently, and this then to connect to the hydrogen demand that is existing and is expected to increase a lot, and also supposed to be decarbonizing. At the moment, there is a hydrogen demand, but it's mostly served by fossil fuels, and so to decarbonize this is I think an interesting example. And another one is the Polish government, for instance, one of our member states, just embarking on a nuclear program, but for the main reason of course, the securing of electricity supply and the stable electricity prices, but also the decarbonization. And Poland is a huge coal country, so this is going to add a significant amount to the decarbonization. And this is an example of
yes. For the sake of time, yes, Marcus, please. Thank you very much.
Sorry for cutting you short.
Please go ahead.
What I wanted to say, if you look at an industrial company and you say you want to have further efficiencies, industrial companies take measures that have a payback of, say, around 2 years' time. So the measures that have a payback of below 2 years' time, on an average, there are other measures obviously taken as well, but it's a very short payback, I want to say. And the measures that have this very short payback, trust me, they have taken these measures, and they will only take other measures if they get financial support. That's the thing, and yes, you can then maybe say in this place they get this support, and the other they don't get it. So this means they will all go to the place where they get the support, which again will not win any energy efficiency in any emissions. So you have to have international agreements that hold. You have to be able to sanction if they don't hold. You have to also forbid technologies if internationally it's clear that they are kind of very polluting. For example, you have to go to enforceable agreements. I think this is the only thing, and you have to sit around in a very tedious process with the whole world, and the ones that do not take part, they have to get incentives so that they will take part. I think this is in my opinion the only way to go. I think it's a little bit with the vinyl records and the CDs. At some point, I mean, it was much simpler work back then, I know, but you had two big companies in the world. You had Sony and Philips, and they said, no, we stop vinyl production, we produce CDs now, and because the technology was better, that the sound was perceived to be better, whatever, it was more the useful period was a longer one. So basically, you just switched from one technology to the other, and this is happening with coal in many countries at the moment. Yeah, but that does not help if I do it in 5 countries, and then a 6th country says, "Wow, that's fantastic! I go full scale into the coal market with all my funds, with all my money, because there's a big gap now in coal, and I can produce much more coal now." And there are a number of countries in the world that are doing this actually. Yeah, so again, this is the problem I see, and I know it's not easy to solve, but I think. To agree on this problem is the first step of getting out of this become full circle issue, so to say.
Okay, thank you very much. Debbie, you want to add something so we can summarize? What time we have? I think we resume at 3:15, no?
I think 20 past.
Debbie, 20 past. Okay, go ahead, please.
Sure. So I wanted to add in on examples. I know we've had a pretty general discussion around policy as an enabler, and I wanted to talk a little bit about some of the sort of concrete examples on implementation that we've seen. One thing that we haven't really talked much about, and I know that there's a tension in what we're talking about in terms of national policy versus sort of global action, and both are of course critical. You need to have national leadership showing what's possible, I think, in order to have an effective global policy set, right? You have to be able to show this is feasible, this is going to be cost effective, etc. in some places first. Someone has to take the leap, someone has to start. And similarly, within a country, you often have cities or states that might take that first step. So procurement policy, in terms of having governments have either incentives, whether it's some sort of a procurement bonus for low carbon materials that come at the end of this supply chain for industrial processes, or at some point you can actually have a procurement standard. California in the U.S. has just put in place, is sort of rolling out this buy clean policy where you have to meet certain thresholds of the carbon embedded in the product that the state is buying, right? And you can actually shift industrial processes and industrial supply chains by looking at the end of the supply chain, where again, as we noted, the cost differential is much smaller. And you can have that sort of come back through. And of course, you're going to need policies all along the way. It's not a silver bullet by any means, but the leadership for one thing, and then being able to really actually show demand for low carbon policy, for low carbon products in the industrial space is really, really critical to making that initial shift. The other thing I would say is there are voluntary efforts that are important to look to, again, in the sort of demand aggregation space. So for instance, the Renewable Energy Buyers Alliance, where corporates purchase renewable energy, it's had a huge impact on scaling the renewable energy markets and being able to scale up the provision of renewable energy, of clean energy, and bring down those costs. And it's been replicated in a number of countries around the world. There's a version of it in the US, there's a version in India, there's a version in Colombia. I believe there may be one starting in China, I can't recall. So looking at how you aggregate demand in order to shift the supply is really, really critical, because that shows that there's actually someone who wants to purchase these products and helps to start more of a dialogue on the cost conversation.
So you mean, just to articulate your point is demand management versus supply management, or what versus cost? This is what you.
Yeah, I mean policies that show that there is a demand for these low carbon materials that come at the end of an industrial supply chain. Because right now, what you have is you have a lot of cement producers or steel producers who say, well, I'm going to have to put a whole bunch of investment into this, and nobody wants to buy it. Nobody. People don't differentiate their purchases based on the carbon intensity of the product. So if you have leaders who show that they do differentiate based on that, then that starts to change the conversation and say, look, there is a market for this, and we're going to put policies in place to help grow that market, to help give an incentive.
I want to articulate, so we finish with this one. I think your point, if I summarize it, maybe we can suggest that as a policy instrument is to track the plant and across the value chain, to track who is the most carbon footprint and how where those who contribute the most to address climate and sustainability, And so we know across the value chain, the greenest part of that versus cost. So we can adjust, we need a data reporting system. So can we put it under tracking plans that from an industry perspective, there's across different value chain, and to identify the carbon footprint per ton of a product produced versus the cost. So this helped to bring awareness and obviously to enforce regulations in terms of addressing the sustainability, but also going to the most less costly solutions, like including renewable energy and energy efficiency. Because I think that there is no accurate reporting system that we have so far.
I think that's a really critical point. And actually, one of the things I also wanted to bring up, which is data and transparency. As soon as you start diving into what are the interventions and what are the changes that you can make, you run into, in a lot of places, you run into problems of data availability. And even where the data is known, it's often proprietary. So having systems to start with that make, that collect data and importantly, make it transparent are going to be really, really critical for any policy regime or any policy framework that we want to set up.
Okay. I have a hard task to summarize what we said. Let me think about a few points based on what I've taken, because I need to be fair and ensure that I'm very well reporting what we discussed now, and to serve for purpose. So what we indicated that basically when we speak about the industry energy nexus, the intervention and the enablers depend on the national context of each country and sector and subsectors. It depends on what's the enablers. You need to have the policy, the finance, the capacity to implement, and obviously the capacity building and the accompanying elements in terms of awareness for the users and the consumers. We gave the example. So we said that from an industry perspective, at the large scale, there are good examples that show the result. I think we had an example in the industry in India and in Japan, where we had a good result in terms of energy efficiency in the industry sector. We had others in the EU as well, with other examples through technology. But the key, I would say, the key point and still need work, specifically with the COVID-19, is the SMEs, where the potential is to move and make much more progress. And for that, what we need, and I quote Asher for that, is that the policy instruments through financing mechanism, the market mechanism, actually, the financial instrument and market mechanism, that need to give the incentives to move and make much more progress in terms of sustainability in the industry, and obviously decarbonization. The other element as well that was highlighted, that from the policy side as an enabler, there were good also examples, like the third industry program, for example, that targeting we need to target the subsectors with clear targets and clear, I would say, target and deliverables. I quote here the Gabriela. We need to focus on the market transformation by including the minimum energy performance standards, like what we have in the EU. But more importantly as well, what touches the consumer, like the information system and labeling and bringing awareness. The other element also that we spoke about is the fiscal measurements, and specifically the subsidies and price carbon that returned several times. This refers to the electricity and water tariffs, but also it relates to other products in the industry. The other element as well is the R&D. So it's need much more specific measures in order to recover from the economic crisis. But more importantly, there are good examples. I think I quote here Aliki Edebia for when we speak about the hydrogen technology, specifically like in countries like Netherlands, Sweden, for example, and the Polish as well, moving away from coal to manage mostly electricity supply for the industry sector, which would help to clean, obviously, and address the greenhouse gas emission at the entry point of the industry. The other element also that we spoke about is it's in order to make much more intervention at the national level, we need to identify and focus on the most important sectors where the intervention, like the hard to abate sectors, where the focus of the intervention obviously we need to take into consideration the national context. I quote here Marcus as well. Obviously, we need to develop a comprehensive industrial policy framework for the energy-intensive hard-to-abate industries, and this needs to be with appropriate data transparency, data reporting system. For this, we need to track, as a policy instrument, track the plants of different kind of industries like the cement and chemicals, whatever, aluminium, plastic, whatever, papers, and how they contribute in terms of greenhouse gas emission and carbon footprints, obviously, and to identify where we can make intervention and work in terms of carbon footprints, costs, and address that across the value chain for the carbon management framework, obviously. And the last part, I think it's the capacity building. So we spoke about the capacity building at the different level of the industry, at the policy level, operational level, by sector and subsectors, not only at the policy, but also the technologies and so on. And I think that's it. But yeah, there was something very important from Marcus as well, given that we work at the international, is how to enforce the regulation by to abide by the international agreements in terms of respect of how we call that, this agreement, and put the right incentives, but at the same time enforce this agreements at the national level. So this, did I miss something?
No, Radia, this is Ashok. I think it
Yes,
looks
there was
good.
something.
I mean, your summary is very, very good. I think connected to what Marcus said, that capacity which you're talking about, the building the capacity as one of the important enablers, is both on the delivery, on the energy industry side, but also on the enforcement side.
Yes.
So if institutions don't have the capacity
Exactly.
to enforce, you can have ISO 50001 standards, but nobody, let's say, knows in the government how to monitor that. It won't work. So capacity on both sides,
Exactly.
on both sides is required.
Yeah. The institutions and the policy level, yes, exactly, and the nexus in between, because the energy, the problem that those who put the regulations, the policy from the energy perspective, they need to understand the language of the industry, so they can basically implement properly. And we need to build the capacity, and for that I think we need also to there was the NDCs. This was my intervention, where I said, like, in order to have the industry players much more involved in terms of climate mitigation, we need to have this integrated policy framework where and the NDCs is an opportunity actually, where we need to have much more disaggregation at different industries, so we can know where to do intervention, and basically how to embed and how to enforce the regulations in terms of the targets that we put in place at the national level. I think this is a little bit missing in somehow everywhere in somehow. But I think where we can also mention what you indicated in terms of using RISE as a good step to track the progress. Can ask us how the countries are performing in terms of regulation, policies, implementation, enforcement.
For me, because you're the expert, so I'm just going to try and keep an eye on the time and manage the questions and the conversation. I was hoping what we could do, there's two broad questions that are meant to stimulate our discussion, so I think the easiest thing will be to go through one question, give everyone some time to respond, have a discussion, and I'm going to put a timer on my phone so we don't get carried away, and make sure that we move on to the second question. And allow ourselves a few minutes at the end as well to summarise. I've been asked to go back into the plenary at the end and provide 3 high-level feedback points from this group. So if we get time, we can hopefully decide on them together. Otherwise, I hope I can do the team justice with what we discussed. I see, Atipele, you've joined the session, but I can't see or hear you. If you are in the session, can you press the please share audio and visual in your screen? We'll give him a moment. Okay, let's kick off. So we've been told we're not allowed to do very long introductions at all, because in the session last week, people did too much small talk and introductions. But I think it'd be helpful if you could just in 5 seconds say where you work and maybe what you focus on. And I will first open up with the first question, and then I'll pass the floor to you as I can see you. So it's not alphabetical or anything, it's just as I can see you. So the question that we've been posed, the first one, is which countries offer the most potential for the integration of sustainable energy in industry? And I assume things that we could maybe consider are around the stage of industrial development of a country, maybe their capability to work with existing or new sustainable energy technologies, what's the policy environment, the political will, and also please do share experiences from your own projects and programs that you've worked on. So if I can first give the floor to Clotilde, and if you can briefly say what you're working on, where you're based, and give us your thoughts around that first issue. I'll mute myself while I'm not talking.
Thank you very much, and hello everyone. Thank you again for inviting me. So I'm Clotilde Rossi. I work for Sustainable Energy for All, which is an international organization based in Vienna. I work in the energy efficiency, so in the policy team, and within the policy team in the energy efficiency group. And so that's why I really look at industrial decarbonization from an energy efficiency angle, even though renewables is equally as important. So brief introduction. So getting back to going to try to attempt to answer the question. So there are a number of factors that can be or should be considered when considering which kind of countries to prioritize when decarbonizing industry. And I think the first criteria should be trying to go top down, so 80-20, so which are the countries that consume the most, both on a general level, so on an absolute value, but also on the energy intensity side, so considering these criteria. And at the same time, so this strictly on data. Another set of data that should be considered is the political will. So which kind of policy are in place that can really support the decarbonization. We have heard earlier, it's very important, NDC, so which kind of target will help and are already being set by countries that can already show a commitment and a will from a country level to support the decarbonization. Another criteria for considering political will is, for example, which countries have considered and already joined movements as the 3% Club, so the 3% Club countries that are, the 3% Club is an initiative aimed at increase energy efficiency at a 3% level per year. And already a number of countries have signed to pledge to join this initiative. And there are a number of frames and indicators that show which kind of initiatives are in place, as the RISE indicators, for example, that shows which kind of frameworks is present for energy efficiency and renewable energy increase in countries. And just to try to give the possibility also to the others to speak, I wanted to make 2 final points coming from the energy perspective. One is there are two developing countries are not increasing as fast, so increasing their productivity in the last years as they have done developed countries. And another last comment is on the high intensity industry, as these really show an opportunity to increase and should be targeted, as they have not been improving in terms of energy efficiency as the SMEs, for example.
Great, thank you very much, Clotilde, and for keeping it short and sweet. Made some notes, and I'm sure we'll come back to some of your points. I'll just give the floor to Christian briefly.
So hi, thank you. I'm glad to be here. My name is Christian Dorfer. I'm working at the Austrian Institute of Technology in the Center for Energy, and my focus is on decarbonization of energy-intensive industry, so from a technological point of view, and also implementing sustainable energy there. So I'm very glad to be here. And thinking about the questions, which countries should be included, I'm not so sure on what to say. So I think we have to see it from different perspectives and include different lenses. One, for example, would be the availability of sustainable energy in this country, which I think wasn't said yet. So depending on the solar potential, on the wind potential, geothermal potential, which could make an important impact. Of course, policy stability, and I don't think we only have to look on industrial policy, but on policy implementation as a whole to get some knowledge on how the countries are performing. And another point is, so there is always the story that some countries manage to go to mobile telecommunication without going through wired transmission lines. And maybe this green recovery is also a chance for countries that are not industrialized yet, but would like to industrialize, to give them the opportunity to make a greenfield development, because countries which already have a lot of energy intensive industry might have the issue of having local competition between companies and industries that would like to go green and others that stay to fossil fuels. And then you have this imbalance in production costs. So these are my thoughts on this topic.
Thanks very much for raising that. And I think there is that challenge between, you know, do you go with the highly developed countries that the high emitters with the great potential to invest versus the countries that are wanting to develop and can actually follow a greener trajectory. So thanks for bringing that up in the discussion. Hugo, if you'd like to go next.
Can you hear me well? Yes. So I'm Hugo. I work at the International Energy Agency in the Energy Efficiency Division, and I work closely on industrial energy efficiency with the E4, within the E4 program, which is the Energy Efficiency in Emerging Economies program. So I might be tainted. Our main focus is on emerging economies. So those are China, India, South Africa, Indonesia, Mexico, and Brazil. So why did we choose those countries? It's of course mainly because they represent a major share of energy demand today, 1/3 approximately, and according to our models, they would represent almost all increase in demand in the next years by 2040 approximately. Also, we have been running different scenarios. One of them is the efficient world scenario, where all cost-effective measures are implemented in the country to see what the potential of energy efficiency amounts to. And we, of course, find that countries such as India, China, Southeast Asia, and emerging economies in general represent the largest potential for energy efficiency and CO2 reduction to meet our climate goals. So countries, the countries that we are specifically focusing on today, the ones that I mentioned, are the ones where we see that we can bring support in order to achieve these, and also, of course, unlock the multiple benefits of energy efficiency and the clean energy transition. And one country that I like to highlight is India in terms of industrial performance, with a key policy in its design, the Perform, Achieve, and Trade, which is one that combines regulation, incentives, and information dimensions, and which is what we think should be promoted.
Thank you, Hugo. That was really interesting, and it would be good to hear more about your program, maybe a discussion and the countries you're working with. Asma, if I can give the floor to you, representing the youth and female and everything, if you can share your thoughts, and we'll take the discussion from there. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Miss Anya. Thank you all our distinguished panels. I'm so glad to be part of this panel discussion today and be part of this high-level meeting, especially to represent youth and to be the voice of youth, because I know it's not something easy to be part of such high-level meetings and give our perspectives as youth. So I'm Asma from Tunisia. I'm the regional focal point for the Arab countries in West Asia with the SDG 7 Youth Constituency of the United Nations Major Group for Children and Youth. So we represent the first coordination team or constituency within the UN system, a youth-led constituency focusing on SDG 7. So my focus today is going to be more about my region, which is the MENA region, the Middle East and North Africa. So for the first question, which countries offer the most potential in terms of sustainable energy integration in industry? I see that to be honest, all countries have the potential, but the differentiation is in terms of the kind of like resources that they have, or what kind of potential they have, which is diverse. So for example, we can have countries with strong financial capability or capital like the Gulf region, even though they are still depending on fossil fuel, but they have a strong capacity in terms of auto-financing their development and their industries and their energy transition. So I believe these countries, and we are now seeing the efforts that they are doing, like the United Arab Emirates. So I believe also countries with good entrepreneurial ecosystem to support the SMEs and startups can also have a potential in this. So for example, like here in Tunisia, Egypt or Morocco, these are countries in the MENA region, they have such a good entrepreneurial ecosystem, and we are seeing many startups trying to work on energy solutions, tackling energy efficiency, energy monitoring, and they are even now partnering with industries. Despite that they are small enterprises and small startups, they are tackling this issue and partnering with industries and creating opportunities for them and seeing how they can manage energy and how they can create opportunities in sustainable energy. Another thing is in terms of international investment, because there are countries that are more appealing for international investment, and they have good relations with neighboring countries. For example, my country, Tunisia, it has good relations with the European Union. So we always receive opportunities, investment or funding opportunities from international donors or from the German corporation or other international entities. So I believe it depends on what kind of potential we are talking about. Is it something natural resources? Is it capabilities? Is it related to the workforce? Is it related to the political environment? So yeah, it depends on this. I see also the panelists, they talked about this, how the political environment can also be the premise for this integration and for this transition. And yeah, I believe these are the main points for, yeah.
Thank you. Great. I think we've covered quite a spread of ways of selecting countries over our discussion, so we can dig into some of that. I'm going to give one more opportunity to Atipele if you're in the room at all, whether you want to contribute via the chat. But I fear that he hasn't made it technically, so we might just have to pause that. He was going to give us some inputs from the Tanzanian perspective, so that's a shame. I'm afraid I can't share them for you. So just going back to some of the points, I want to give the floor firstly to any of you four, whether you want to add anything to what we've said, whether you want to ask any of the other participants about something they've said. Otherwise, I'll start throwing out some questions. Anything from yourselves?
Yeah, well, I just want to support Asma's point on supporting youth, the workforce, because the investments in energy-intensive industry, they have very long investment cycles. So where we are going to build our industry now will have an impact on the next 20, 30 years. And so also having the workforce available, having good educated workforce is also an important point.
Great, thanks. And it's great to have the voice of the youth in these discussions, because often that's forgotten. So I think that's really valuable. And I imagine, I mean, this is now just jumping in. I have the tendency to ask too many questions, but on that note, you know, we've been talking about the role of industry now as part of the COVID recovery, and obviously the workforce has suffered, and I imagine particularly the youth workforce has suffered. Has there been any reflections on that perspective and how we can maybe build that up again or avoid that through, you know, industrial growth going forward?
Okay.
Anyone?
Okay, I can answer.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, from my perspective, it's true that many people during the COVID-19 pandemic, they lost their jobs, especially youth. And the problem is that these industries, that they saw these employees or these youth are as people that are not skilled. So I believe that the public sector and the government sector should focus on building the capacities and expanding the expertise of these young people or the workers in general. So it's all about like workforce development and seeing that this sector is important, because I see that many countries, they see, for example, education, health, all of these areas as important, but they don't see energy, for example, as an important area. So it's all about like starting, of course, from the government and raising awareness on how energy is important and how energy is interlinked to other sectors and how it can create development opportunities.
Great, thank you. And I can see one of your colleagues who's in the room. Thanks for joining with the chat, but also saying I agree, and SMEs will provide job opportunities to the youth. So it'd be quite interesting. One of the challenges we had, we were working on the discussion paper, was also thinking, and you've all raised it, is this issue of scale. So you can be working on, you know, high intensity sectors are often larger industry, more money, bigger embedded factories and supply chains. SMEs, though, have a different profile, and they also need to really play their part now in the COVID recovery and the growth of industry. So, you know, if we're talking about countries to focus on as part of a global program, how do you balance? That's our halfway line, but we've just been told we have longer, so I'll ignore that. How do we deal with that issue of scale? Do you focus on some countries that have the really high energy intensity industries and the large resources we spoke about? Do you then also focus on some countries that are in the earlier stages of industrial development, where the SMEs are just a fundamental part of growing the economy and introducing clean energy perspectives? Does anyone have any thoughts to share on that issue of scale?
But I think one of the key points is the priorities of the impact. So I think from a social economic impact, focusing on small countries or on developing countries with a lot of SMEs has a higher impact on that set of KPIs. Purely looking on CO2 reduction, it might be more, it would have probably more impact when focusing on the further developed countries with large infrastructure. And I think we should need to find a balance between these two priorities.
Yeah. Anyone else want to add to that particular thought on the scale?
I might have missed some of the discussion. Sorry, I had some technical issues here. But what I wanted to maybe reiterate is that there is indeed an opportunity with and now after COVID, as some sectors reorganize and have the opportunity to transition. There is an opportunity to include the youth and to include for them the opportunity to have education programs and capacity building programs that are in place so that they can already actively participate into this newer and transitioned or in the way to transition industrial sectors.
Thanks. Yeah, it's interesting. So, I mean, you mentioned, Christian, as well, the long lead time. So if we're trying to shift the industry into different ways of working, as you will, how do you think about the capacity building in the long term of, you know, you've still got high energy intensity sectors that require a workforce to address the energy efficiency aspect in high intense sectors, but then you've also need a workforce that's maybe more entrepreneurial that can deal with working in the SME sector. So it's, you know, how do you decide where to, as a government, where to focus your capacity building efforts within the industrial sector? I have 3 blank faces.
You know, maybe because we were not sure. Shall I maybe attempt to? So to me, so I think there is a huge opportunity in the highest consuming sector in the specific country we are talking about. So that's why I think there is really a big opportunity in the hard to decarbonize industries. This is where, in my opinion, there should be a very strong focus, as a lot can be done, and the needle has moved much lately. So that's, to me, is a very, very important point. So where I would focus.
Okay, thank you. Does anyone else have anything else to add? I've just realised we should probably move on to question 2, and then we can have a more open discussion. Thanks for joining us again, Hugo. So briefly, the second question, just to remind you all, was what evidence and data sets should be used to identify those countries and prioritise the interventions? So, you know, we've been talking about, you know, if you're looking at those countries with the highest emissions in the industrial sector, what data might you use for that? Do you look at maybe the share of renewable energy or cleaner energy that a country's already brought into their energy mix? Are there particular data sets that you can look at for, you know, capability and political will? I think one of you spoke earlier that looking at, you know, NDC targets as maybe a kind of proxy for political will. But these kind of decision-making processes about which countries to work on, which evidence and data sets could we use to base those decisions on? So this time your screens have all hopped around. So the first person I can see is Christian. So I'm afraid you're first.
Mm-hmm. So the database I'm using, if I need some information about a country, is the World Energy Council's Trilemma Index, which provides a very good overview on a country's performance in terms of energy. So you get, for example, an information on the percentage of GDP of the industrial sector, and also some information on energy security, import dependency of different kinds of energy, and so on. Also some environmental sustainability key parameters. So this is one of the data sets I would suggest. But
thank you.
You probably won't get all the information you need, but it's maybe one piece of the puzzle.
Okay, great, thank you. Asma, are you there? Do you want to share your initial thoughts on that particular question around evidence and data sets?
Okay, in terms of data set, we might refer to certain platforms that can offer us data about certain countries, like Atlas Global Solar or Atlas Global Wind, to know about the potential of like certain renewable energy source. So yeah, and I think that way, and also like the different frameworks that the countries are establishing and the approaches that they are using. And because, for example, here in Tunisia, they put so many plans, but there's no like proper tracking for these plans. So I believe there should be a proper monitoring and evaluation approaches and frameworks.
Thanks, Asma. Clotilde?
Yes, so as stated earlier, so I think we prioritize country, definitely looking at energy consumption and energy intensity. and the trends that so in terms of what is expected. So the country that expected to grow, for example, earlier Hugo mentioned China, India, Brazil. So these are the countries where the highest energy consumption is expected to come. Growth in energy consumption is expected to come. So share of renewable is also very important to look at the renewable energy and how electrification of the industrial sector would help or would help the decarbonization. And also industrial productivity, to give an idea how is the energy efficiency and how overall is how efficient is renewable energy. And these are the data, and then there are of course the policies and the framework which is in place, which is also as helpful to identify priority countries.
Okay, thank you. And just going on the issue of energy efficiency, I think a few of you have spoken about it. Do you feel that there's good data sets available around that particular issue, so specifically energy efficiency in industry, or do you think this is an area that still needs quite a lot of work? I mean, it's one of the areas that has been worked on for a longer period of time.
I see it as a very crucial issue, and especially like tracking data and energy efficiency is something highly important for industries. And I see one of the solutions to track this and monitor it is using artificial intelligence and machine learning solutions, because these solutions, they would enable us to track real-time data and extract tendencies and see how we can tackle inefficiencies and reduce energy consumption.
Thank you, Asma. And sorry, go Christian.
I would like to add one point. So energy efficiency, I believe, is just one part of the story. Absolutely, because there's some high energy intense industries where we are getting to the edge of what's possible with just energy efficiency. And I think there we need a complete transformation of the sectors and the production processes.
Yeah. Agreed. No, thanks for that. And I mean, in the focus areas going forward in this series, there is one that focuses specifically on, well, talks energy efficiency and clean energy, and talking about the fact that we need to actually, as I think Clotilde just mentioned, you know, electrifying more of the industrial sector enables you to then open up cleaner energy supply. So thanks for raising that again. And absolutely, it's not, energy efficiency should be a business as usual, but it sadly isn't. So that's unfortunate. I was about to ask Hugo a question and now we've lost him again. So hopefully he can join us again, I hope. But going back to just kind of now thinking about the countries and in the first question, the data sets in the second, there's always the challenge around, you know, having accurate data sets for a huge host of countries so that you're able to make a fair comparison, and, you know, comparing data on electrification of industry or energy efficiency versus policies and political wills of countries, and looking at the resources they have available. You have to do a lot of work, you know, with proxies and just comparing and extrapolating. Does anyone have experiences from their own work working in particular countries where, you know, they found that there's a really good solid data set for industry across the board, or is it generally an issue that there's gaps in data when trying to get a complete picture of the industrial sector within a country and the energy side of things, obviously?
So we are mainly focusing on European countries, and there we heavily rely on Eurostat data. But I also believe that the IEA and maybe even OPEC has some interesting data sets in their flagship products, like the World Energy Outlook and the World Oil Outlook.
Maybe we can, while Hugo's actually in the room, can you hear us, Hugo? He's looking blank. I'm wanting to ask him about data from the IEA perspective, because obviously they work very much with that. I'll just, I don't think he can hear anything we're saying. That's unfortunate. Yeah, so you mainly work in Europe, Christian, and Clotilde, are you mainly working on countries that are Europe-based with relatively good sets of data, or do you also work in developing countries or more?
Yeah, so we work globally, so there is not, but we tend to work in countries where also a high need of electrification, so in sub-Saharan Africa and in South Asia. And I have to say that we don't find data as easily always, so there is definitely an opportunity to improve data availability, but still so we use IEA data. And also to the list that was mentioned, we can add World Bank. Well, so and the RISE indicators.
Yeah, so the RISE indicator, yeah, I think that's an interesting one as well. We did spend time looking into that. So it really depends. That's a really useful spread of information. So thank you for bringing that to attention as well. I'm just looking in the chat. We've got some participants saying, look at IRENA. Yeah, that's a
I know.
as well. Yeah. And we've got, Nozat saying that we need to focus on building capacities of countries and looking more at monitoring and evaluation frameworks. And that's something we haven't really talked about so much. I think, does anyone have any experience or thoughts to share around how it could be improved? How, if we're just focusing on energy and industry, how monitoring and evaluation could possibly be done better, or have examples where it's done very well? Obviously, not to bring energy efficiency in again, but that system is kind of based on understanding what your baseline was and what savings you've made. But in other areas of bringing clean energy into industry, it is a lot more challenging. Does anyone have any thoughts to share on that? The $1 million question. It's definitely not an easy one.
Yeah.
Maybe can we focus a little bit? We've talked a bit about industry and the role of energy within industrial sectors, but one of the questions that came, or the issues that came up in the opening plenary, was also the role of industry in the clean energy supply chain, if you will, and the newer, if we're increasing clean energy technologies globally, what the role of industry could be within that. And Asma, you were talking about the entrepreneurship emerging in Morocco and Egypt. And I think Morocco is an example where there's lots happening around clean energy. And is there anything you want to share from that perspective?
Okay, second. So, for example, for Egypt, I believe they have a good, well-structured industrial base with a proven track record in large infrastructure projects, especially that we see now. Egypt, they are working on green infrastructure, and they are improving their all industry sectors. So I believe that's a good example. For Morocco, they have a proven track of local industries involved in the development of renewable energy projects, and they also have an extensive experience in other industries that are managed to attract foreign investment through the development of aeronautics or automotive equipment. So I believe Morocco, it's a good example in the MENA region. And you also know that they have the Noor 1 and Noor 2 projects, which is something I believe it would help the industries a lot. For example, for my country, Tunisia, it has a capacity to develop technology-intensive industries such as electronics, and it has a good record of local SMEs involvement in the development of renewable energy projects, as I mentioned. So I believe it is good to create a regional collaboration, and even for the data sets and for the information is to create more of robust regional data to know how they can tackle regional cooperation in terms of industry and energy integration.
Thank you, Asma. I mean, that point of regional data, I imagine, again, those working predominantly in Europe, is that a much more solidly defined area of work? I mean, is it through Eurostat? Obviously, that is presumably a regional platform. So are there any issues there around or any benefits that we could learn from the fact that there is this already very regional approach to data collection that could be built on in other areas. I don't know, Christian, if you work much on that or whether you just draw your information from it.
We mainly draw the information. So we collect some data in Austria and expand the statistics, but it's usually really a lot of work to bring all this data together, to understand it and then to levelize it, so you get the same information of the data and have the same perspective on the data from different sources.
So I mean and it's taken presumably many years to build up. So I think that's something to think about in the countries where there's the data collection isn't so standardized, isn't so inbuilt in the system. Thanks, Christian. I see you've added to the chat as well. And then thanks, participant Marco, for mentioning the Energy Star performance indicators platform. That's also something worth noting from that perspective. I wanted to go back to the political will, because that's a difficult one. We've talked a lot about kind of more conventional hard data sets and monitoring, evaluation, those kind of things. From your own work or experiences, have you had any particularly positive or bad experiences where political will haven't been thought through, or working on projects in industry where political will was really a key motivator for success or the key enabler for success? Any thoughts on that, or are most of you more kind of technical oriented?
I believe that we need to especially focus on building the capacities and knowledge of parliamentarians in the area of industry and energy, because many parliamentarians, they might not come from such technical backgrounds, and they might mostly come from political background. So I believe it is important to make, because they are the legislators, so they need to know about energy and industry and what's happening and how these two key components, they affect the development and they create opportunities. So I saw this happening during IRENA's assembly when I attended the assembly in 2020. I saw that it is really crucial, and how IRENA is working closely with parliamentarians, because they are the ones that are going to make decisions and reaching out to the people. Yeah. So I believe it is important to build the capacities and knowledge of the decision makers in this area. And this is what I also do in my work here in Tunisia. We focus on building the capacity of the government and public sector, and how they can, even if they don't come from a technical background, how they can understand this area and how they can have enough awareness about this. And also it's like in terms of ministries, so for Tunisia, before we had a separate ministry for energy and a ministry for industry, and now with the new government it is merged. So I see that it is crucial that we have two separate ministries, but of course we promote for collaboration between these ministries to go both in line and see how they can integrate sustainable energy in industry.
Right. That's interesting, actually. So they've merged what were two separate industries of energy and industry. It's now one. Okay. So in theory, that should lever more action.
Yeah.
Let's see what happens. But that's really interesting. And you were talking about the IRENA program working with parliamentarians. Was that specifically around the issue of industry and energy, or just broadly working with parliamentarians?
Yeah, so IRENA, I believe one of their key focus areas is to work closely with parliamentarians in general, and they have their parliamentarians network. So they have, I believe, parliamentarians from all over their member states. So it is crucial to work with decision makers and to build their capacities. I believe they always do like follow up with them and sharing the most recent data with them and the strategies and best practices to know how they can excel in what they are doing. And while taking decisions, they take all aspects and they focus on energy and the role of sustainable energy.
That's interesting. Thank you. That's worth looking into. So I just want to, I mean, we've got a couple of minutes left before we get brought back to plenary. Does any...
May I add something?
Yes, please.
So from my experience in decarbonization project with industry, we have experienced that the technology is mostly not the issue. We always get the response, or if a project fails, it's mostly due to regulatory issues, due to policy issues. And I think these are, as Asma said, this is where we need the capacity building to educate the decision makers on the targets, what we're aiming for, and how to bring all issues and all challenges together to find a solution that is actually feasible and can be done. So, and I heard it a lot. So the technology for decarbonization is here. We just need the regulatory framework and the economic environment to actually implement it.
And that's the feeling now, is that there's, you know, the economic environment, if you will, post-COVID really does open up the opportunities to try and build some of this into the green recovery processes. And many countries have. I mean, doing a review of the COVID response strategies, many countries are seeing, you know, issues around SMEs, around capacity development in industry. All of these things are key for industrial growth, but in a low carbon way. I'm seeing some more from Hugo. The EFOR program has been to organise energy efficiency training weeks for junior policymakers. Great, to create a community of practice. And I presume that's in the countries he mentioned at the beginning: India, Brazil, Mexico, etc. Thanks for sharing that. Okay, Hugo, it's a bit tricky because you're not able to speak, but was there anything to share around data challenges from the IEA, because a lot of people turn to the IEA for data around energy and industry? That's maybe too difficult to answer in a chat. And maybe you can't hear me. I don't know. Interesting communication. I will try to connect. Okay, excellent. Clotilde, do you have anything more to add, just to make sure we're not talking too much?
And also having some difficulties to try to speak, but now it's working perfectly. So
right,
I use my time as long as I have it. So I fully agree that technology is there. Having worked also most of my career for a technology company in the energy efficiency space, the indeed capacity building and the economic framework, so the financing and the opportunity to how to increase financing and to make sure that there are really the needed funding for energy efficiency projects, we will definitely help develop and decarbonize industry.
So that's going back to the point of financing as well, that we need to look at slightly more innovative ways of doing that as well. And that is quite difficult when we're talking about a shift away from the very high, hard to abate sectors as well, is that the financing packages look quite different than what we're used to over the last years. So that's obviously quite a challenge.
And also that...
Go Clotilde. Oh, Christian, and then Clotilde.
Okay, so and it's, I think also the financing topic is important for the discussion we had on the different scales because SMEs require different financing opportunities than large international corporations.
Absolutely, yeah.
Also, this will be a challenge to find a balance on this topic.
Yeah, agreed. And Clotilde, you also had something to add?
Yes, and I wanted to make the point also that many more investments are needed. So financing is an issue, but also much more investments are needed in the energy efficiency space for industry as well.
Thank you. No, that's all really interesting. Does anyone want to have kind of, I would say, closing thoughts? Anything that we feel we haven't really discussed properly, or if we, in our future sessions, any topics that maybe you saw in the slides, what the themes are for the future discussion topics in the virtual series now, which is around digitalization, hard to abate sectors, gender and youth, SMEs, renewable energy and energy efficiency, hard to abate sectors, and inclusive infrastructure development. Did anything jump out at you thinking this is not relevant, or there's something really missing, or maybe you haven't had a chance to? I see. Okay, so Hugo's saying material efficiency. Yeah, I've noted that. So the kind of more circular economy component.
Yeah, I believe like we should use more recycling and upcycling and reusing in the industry sector more.
That's, yeah, very good point. And particularly, as you're saying, we've reached energy efficiency. It's a matter of, you know, different electrification or different electricity supply, as well as looking at different materials, isn't it?
And also, in terms of material efficiency, it's important that a lot of energy carriers are used as a feedstock in industrial processes. And also this needs to be changed. And additionally, in the cement industry, a lot of CO2 emission comes just from the processes and is not related.
Yeah, absolutely. No, thanks for raising that as well. It's the feedstock and the heat and yeah, I'm making note of all that. Thank you.
And another thing, like while reading the introduction that was sent via email, I was happy when I saw youth in the introduction, but it was mentioning youth as the industry. It will drive benefit for youth as a social like part. But for me, I don't see just youth as something secondary. I see it as something primary, because I believe youth, it should be central in the approach, and it should be a youth-centered approach, because I believe if we invest in youth and in employment and creating employment opportunities for the youth to take part in industry and energy, it will create so much of like added value, whether social, economic, and maybe also environmental, because I believe youth nowadays are becoming more aware of environmental issues, and they also they just need someone to believe in them and their potential. Because, for example, if they want to work in industry, they will at first see +5 years of experience, which is something that scares them. So yeah, I believe it would be great to invest in youth employability in energy and industry.
Great, noted, and I agree with all of that. And the innovation and entrepreneurial activities are also more likely to come from youth. So a good point to raise. Does anyone else have anything else to add? Otherwise, we're due back in plenary in about 1 minute. So just to give you a minute to go off screen. Anyone want to add anything? I see that.
I believe, yeah. Another thing is to promote access to information, because sometimes it is challenging to have access to the proper information. So for you as a decision maker to make the right decision, or for you as an expert to make the right analysis, or for anyone, for businesses or any stakeholder in the society. So I believe access to proper something really crucial to focus on.
Great. And that's a really nice segue, I think, into the global program that UNIDO is trying to work on here, is actually working with different countries and understanding what information they need for their country context, or they already have. So hopefully this is it's all well received. It's been recorded. There's endless notes being taken, and hopefully these sessions will feed into policy briefs that go into the VEF. So I'm going to thank you all very much for taking the time and participating. And Hugo, thanks for your perseverance with the technology. And it's a shame to miss our fifth speaker. No problem. But see you all in plenary. And thanks again for all your contributions.
Welcome.
We had a very nice conversation. Voices from the countries, quite a lot of issues to bring forward.
Yeah, well, thank you all so much. I mean, I've been going in and out of different discussion rooms, and it indeed seemed like a really great discussion happening. And I don't envy you now for bringing back the summary, because there was so much that is being said, and such a rich discussion. But let's give it a try, and maybe for a change, for our only man on this panel, we'll give you the head start to give us the brief on the discussion on the country voices.
You're giving me that, okay. Thank you. And I think just from our session, we were actually broadly speaking to the question of what's really worked well in terms of country experiences to catalyze a bit of a change in the industry side on the integration of renewable energy or energy efficiency. And we kind of dived a little bit also on key capabilities that the countries found necessary or needed to make the change. We of course also touched a little bit on the gaps, but at least on what seemed to have worked quite well on the regulatory side, we've heard a number of inputs where we important to create policy coherence and energy pricing structure versus climate policy versus industrial policy. Morocco was keen to highlight that without coherence on the pricing, sometimes it becomes more difficult. We also hear that there's a variety of instruments and tools that the countries have used to also couple with the regulations, like the tax incentives for equipment, subsidies on auditors and training of energy professionals was keen to have worked. Innovations happen also in some of the markets. India and South Africa have had piloted very innovative emission trading schemes and energy saving schemes between large emitting industries. I think these are very valuable lessons to draw upon from that experience. And then that's on the side. I mean, there's more, but I for the sake of time, I'm not going to get into all the details. But that's some of the issues that brought on the regulatory sides. I think back to the question on the key capabilities that we sort of the members or the countries have found necessary and vital. At least, for example, in the Austria experience, certification of auditors and energy professionals has been so valuable to catalyze a lot of changes and make programs successful, especially among SMEs, because you have to have a specialized trained workforce to make the change. Some also highlighted the importance of financial innovations to make a change. Financial innovations can happen quite a lot, especially to subsidize capital, or not to subsidize, but to address the need for capital intensive investment early on. So there's a bit of financial innovation happening in some of the in the countries, a bit of discussion happened on fuel switching and the necessity to have a viable network infrastructure for any discussion on fuel switching. If you want to move from fossil-based fuels to other type of fuels, you have to think about the network infrastructure to make it successful. And finally, my last input here is skills and skill sets. Of course, that highlighted as a gap. I think the transition, the integration of digital technologies into the economy would bring a new demand on professionals working in the energy sectors. It's no longer about just electrical engineers and mechanical engineers working in the sectors, but you have to have really a strong competency related to IT, data analytics, and a variety of skill sets we need to pay attention to if we want to make a strong transformation in terms of energy industry integration.
Great, thanks, Tarek. I mean, I think that this is a point that also came out in other groups as I listened, but we'll pass it on to you, Anya, maybe to give us the brief on the data and evidence.
Yeah, happy to. You did ask us to stick to 3 points for the summary, but I'm not sure I've managed to get it down to 3, but I will be quick. And we had a really interesting discussion. We sadly lost one of our speakers to technology, but we still did well. Unsurprisingly, we talked quite a lot about the role of youth. We had our youth representative with us, and it was really valuable. And all participants agreed that we really need to put them in the centre of how we look ahead if we're changing the way industry does business, entrepreneurship, innovation, workforce, etc. We really need to work on youth. Linked to that very strongly, the need around capacity development, particularly in countries where parliamentarians might want to be making the right policy decisions but aren't technically knowledgeable about what needs to happen. So we talked about some of those examples, which was also very valuable. Discussions around the fact that it's not really a matter of technology lacking, it's really around the regulatory and policy environment, and that we need to look to countries that are able to work in that space and able to develop the right, bring together the right policy and regulatory decision makers. We talked about how you might choose countries, which is what we're meant to be focusing on as well. And one of the challenges was the scale of how you make decisions. Do you choose a country that has high energy intensive sectors and maybe more resources to make change, or do you focus on the more emerging economies that industrial growth is forthcoming, but there's more potential to introduce cleaner methods of industrial development? We didn't come up with a solution. We just acknowledged that is a challenge, I'm afraid. And I think we then talked more nitty-gritty about data sets we can draw on. We talked about the World Energy Council Trilemma Index, the RISE indicators, the E4 initiative at the IEA, which we'd like to talk to a bit more. But I think I could go on. Just to reiterate as well, the financing did come up in our group as well. I think Tarek just mentioned that, so that's something. And one gap to mention in our actual future series, which I think we have left space for, but just to bring in the issue around material efficiency as well as a huge potential in industry. I'll leave it at that. Thanks, Rana.
Great, thank you, Anya, for that brief. And I think we're extending for another at least 5 minutes the session. So with that, maybe Radia, I'll pass on to you to give us the brief on the enabling factors for progress.
Yes, thank you very much. It was really interesting session with very interesting also members of the discussant. What we discussed that each sector is unique, and the national context also is unique at the country level. So the sector, the industry are different as well, and this need to be considered when whatever the intervention to address energy sustainability in the industry sector. For Nexus to look at the policy, capacity to implement, the finance and awareness rising. Certainly the potential in large scale have been seen that we discussed, for example, in India, in Japan, for the hard to abate sectors, but through energy efficiency and also clean energy. But the focus should be on the SMEs to address the small scale project and where we have the potential. That's the enable we discuss from the policy side, like an example of the third industry program, for example, focus on the market transformation with targeted subsectors with clear targets for implementation. Also including minimum energy performance standards like those that were successful at 30% in the EU, but also from the consumer perspective, labeling standards. There are certain aspects as a policy instrument as enabler is the fiscal measurements. And for this, we look at how for the tariffs, not only for energy, and how to address the subsidies. The other element that we find it also as an enabler is to invest in R&D to optimization of the technologies, like what we have in hydrogen, and where it has been successful in somehow in some we listed. Also a comprehensive industrial policy framework for the energy intensive and focus with the hard to abate sectors, where we to obviously look at how to track the carbon footprint and address this across the value chain. The other elements that also we identified and that is important is that how to introduce and have an integrated policy framework linked to the NDCs and how it needs to be much more disaggregated and how to involve the different industries carbon footprint in order that we upscale the energy efficiency and the access to renewable energy. And the other element we spoke about is the international, how to enforce the international agreements through putting first incentives, but at the same time, how to capacity. So we insisted on at the country level to build the capacity, not only at the operational level of the industry, but also institutional, operational, and the different institutions, the energy, and they speak similar language and at least try to address the common issue that they raise. So I think with that, I've done, but I reporting system. There's an issue that is linked to all of that, which is the transparency and how to have the data that can track effectively on this in the industry sector. Listed one of the World Bank tools that can help. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Radia. And it's really interesting to see at the end, despite us trying to break the discussion into silos, how at the end there's always this connection and loops that are coming back. And with that, I'd like to ask you, Irene, I know it's often difficult to be the last one, but I was quite sure that you will do that justice. And so please, if you can give us a summary from the Global Perspectives Group.
Yes. Thank you very much, Rana. It was fascinating to listen to the other summaries. We also had a very rich discussion. And at the end, I asked the participants to just give me a very, very brief word. And I combined those brief words. And this is what came out. Now is the time to make a real difference by taking a systemic approach to overcome a structural problem and enhance productivity through renewables now.
Oh. So if we want to post that on social media, does this go collectively to the group or?
So this is already, this is kind of in a nutshell. But let me expand just a little bit. There was a lot of emphasis on the idea that this is not just about technologies, but really decarbonizing industry is a political decision. It needs the buy-in, it needs the support of the citizens, and it needs the buy-in and the cooperation of stakeholders and across the board. And a lot of support in that direction was seen actually from the role of finance, and also in terms of tools like green procurement or supply chains across continents and countries, including SMEs also, where often green procurement factors are included. We were very strong in our group on coming out of silos and visiting other silos, or inviting the inhabitants of other silos to come and visit with us. In other words, the energy community needs to discuss more with the industry community, which at UNIDO happens, of course, already, but it doesn't happen in the rest of the world so often. And we also have to look at other end-use sectors to bring their energy end-use sectors to bring their expertise into the discussion. It's also about infrastructure. That was emphasized a lot, both the problem with existing infrastructure, which very often is not positive in terms of decarbonization, but then also with regard to the developing countries where a lot of the infrastructure is not yet built, will be built, and can be built in the right direction. The emphasis was very much that at the end of the day, we are not just talking about technology, but also about demand side management, so supply and demand side management, and demand side management, including a lot of social innovation also. From that, we continued on to stressing the importance of being inclusive in the transition, making the transition just in terms of social justice, but also in terms of inclusivity, women, male, but all types of inclusivity, really. The importance of capacity building was mentioned as well, since often officers or employees or decision makers are not fully aware of what is already possible technologically, etc. In that context, the need for internationally accepted certification processes were highlighted. The opportunity of the NDCs should not be missed to work on regulation also, because the point was made very strongly that carbon pricing in and of itself is not going to bring about technological change. What has brought about technological change historically is the incentive from regulation. Yeah, we could have used 2 hours instead of 2 minutes per person easily. It was a very rich discussion, and I tried to give you a few glimpses from it.
Thank you so much, Irene, and maybe also to reassure our participants in this series, and those that couldn't attend even, we will be making summary reports from of the entire session and making that available on the VEF website. So we know that the discussion was a lot more rich than that, and we will try also to do better justice for the thoughts that are going in to today's session. What I would like to end with is actually echoing some of what has already been said, but we truly believe, I mean, industry is not an issue for, or industrialization is not a topic only for emerging economies and middle income countries. There is a role for LDCs to play. There is a role of this nexus of sustainable energy and industry in driving economic development in LDCs. And we need to foster more of these debates that bring together different professionals with different backgrounds to co-create more integrated solutions. The challenges are the same, capacities and developing certification, reskilling the workforce are things that I've heard a lot. The need to innovate in business models, the need to have data systems that support sorry, I'm just getting, thanks for, I don't think the session ended, did it? Yeah, so the need to have these data systems that help companies also in addressing and reporting their emissions and their consumptions. There's a lot that we can do, and we need to do more together to advance the SDGs in a more integrated way. I think the time is up, and I'm getting the message that this session is over. So with that, I would just like to thank you all again for attending, and to invite you to come again to the next session of the VEF Virtual Series, the industry track, which is going to look more at renewable energy and energy efficiency in industry as a way for triggering the COVID recovery. Join us. We will have another set also of great speakers and different perspectives from different countries. Thank you all, and have a great day.